Welcome, Limousin friends and family, to another day of showing some great cattle in West Monroe, Louisiana. Today, we will be starting off with the owned Limflex show and finishing with the owned Limousin show. Judging today, we have Donnie Robertson of Yukon, Oklahoma, who was born and raised in Lexington, Kentucky. For the past 26 years, he has been employed by Express Ranches of Yukon, the beef industry's largest source of seed stock bulls and females. Robertson is currently the Vice President of Marketing at Express Ranches. He has judged numerous shows across the country, including the National Western Stock Show, North American International Livestock Expo, American Royal, Fort Worth Stock Show, Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, National Junior Shorthorn Show, and the National Junior Hereford Show. In addition to his career in judging, Robertson enjoys spending time with his two children, Taylor and Austin. We would like to welcome today's judge, Donnie Robertson. Entering the ring now, we have Class 47 of our Limflex females. First in, we have entry 148 NLFR Hazelnut. We have entry 149 PFL Hazel. Entry 150 LS Paradise Canyon. Entry 151 BBPB Soft Spoken. We have entry 155 SJMR Gracie. Entry 156 LDIL Gloria. And entry 157 JLOZ Lucinda. These females range from December 17th, 2019 to January 30th, 2020. Once again, this is Class 47. We would also like to point out some of our junior board of directors that are in the ring working this morning. We have Colton Barton from Texas, Randa Taylor from Texas, and Colt Schrader from Oklahoma. Don't forget to let those watching at home know that they can view the live stream video on liveauctions.tv.
I'd like to welcome everyone this morning for the National Junior Limousin and Limflex Heifer Show. This is Randy Ratliff with R&R Marketing. Just going to have some commentary on these cattle as they show throughout today. Just trying to bring attention to the pedigrees of the animals and the people that own them. Entry number 148, the first girl that you see, Donnie Robertson is judging the class today. 148 is shown by Catherine Norrell of Venus, Texas. She's showing a daughter of Legs Dynamite out of a Stowers cow, 701E. 149 is PFL Hazel, which is Alex Portwood in Versailles, Kentucky. He's here with his family. This homozygous black double-polled daughter of Mags Cable. 150 is Hannah Wages of Center, Texas, showing a daughter of Mags Winston out of a Mags Paradise Canyon. 151 is Jackson Dill of Marshfield, Missouri, showing a daughter of Mags Aviator. 155 is Samantha Jo Moore from Raffine, Virginia, showing a daughter of Tub Mill Creek Cashflow. 156, Ely Deal of Marshfield, Missouri, showing a daughter of Mags Aviator. And 157 is Lucinda 101G, a heifer that actually showed yesterday and won her division, I do believe, or for sure won her class. And she's sired by the Linhart Bull Dauntless, Linhart and Thomas and Sons Bull Dauntless 6257D. So there's 7 heifers in this first class in the Limflex Division 1. This, of course, is the largest Limousin and Limflex show that we have each year. There's over 300 entries that showed yesterday and today. Juniors from virtually so many states. I'm not even sure how many states were here. But it's wonderful to see people out and about and the families supporting their children. This is a big deal for people that raise their genetics, but it's even bigger for these young juniors to have the ability to be competitive amongst their peers.
Well, good morning, and certainly a pleasure, a big pleasure for me to be here and to work through what I'm sure is an outstanding group of cattle, but probably an even better set of young people, and certainly want to thank everyone involved for having me here. Really a nice way to get started with on the Limflex side of this show today, and for me, I think the heifer that wins it is the most complete, the most balanced, the most fault-free in her kind. She's one that transitions herself quite nicely from her forerib back through her flank. She's certainly deep enough bodied for me with a lot of spring to her rib. Love her out her hip, love the way she gets around and travels, and she's so smooth and correct up through that front end. I think she excels to the top relatively easy. Really close in second and third. From my opinion, the heifer that comes in second, again, shows you some body, some depth, some capacity, probably a little tidier in terms of how she's made from right behind the point of her shoulder. Again, a female that's ample in terms of the amount of body and substance and mass that she has. We'd just like to maybe see her have a little bit more lower 1/3 in terms of flank today to get around the heifer that wins the class. Third place heifer is one that's a lot like the second place heifer in terms of her body type and shape. She's not as made quite nicely in terms of her hip placement as the second place heifer, nor is she quite as smooth and correct up through her shoulder. Really a nice female again with a lot of future. Good heifer coming in next. Again, a female that's got some body and some depth, and I do like her out her hip. I like her through her front end, through that head, neck, and shoulder area. She gets a little out on her front knee for me. We'd like to set her back just a little bit in her shoulder, rock her back in that knee just a tad bit, and she can go even higher than she is today. We get down towards the end of the class. The young lady's heifer coming in next just needs to have more heifer there. She just doesn't have the body, the substance, the mass, the overall performance of some of the heifers that are at the top of this class, but a good female. Then we end up with two females, for whatever reason, just lack the weight per day of age, lack the overall body, substance, and mass to place any higher. But if you would, please give this group a nice round of applause.
And the results for Class 47. First place goes to entry 157, JLOZ Lucinda, shown by Josie Osborne of Unionville, Tennessee. Second place goes to entry 151, BBPB Soft Spoken, shown by Jackson Dill of Marshfield, Missouri. Third place, entry 155, SJMR Gracie, shown by Samantha Moore of Raphine, Virginia. Fourth place, entry 150, LS Paradise Canyon, shown by Hannah Wages of Center, Texas. Fifth place, entry 156, LDIL Gloria, shown by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri. Sixth place, entry 149, PFL Hazel, shown by Alex Portwood of Versailles, Kentucky. And seventh place, entry 148, NLFR Hazelnut, shown by Catherine Norwell of Venus, Texas. If you're following in your program, the order was 7, 6, 4, 2, 3, 5, 1. Now in the ring is Class 48. We have November females from November 12th through November 28th, 2019. First entry, 159, CB Glory Days. Entry 160, WFL Gionda. Entry 162, Peds Goldie Locks. Entry 163, ESTT Gucci. Once again, this is Class 48 in the ring. Please do not forget we have breakfast provided out in the foyer. There's donuts and coffee. This is provided by Live Oak Cattle and KLS Limousine. Please help yourself to breakfast in the foyer. Also, don't forget, while you're watching shows, make sure you stop by the Lemmy Booster Silent Auction and Basket Raffle Table and purchase your tickets. This is the sole fundraiser for the Limousin Boosters, which supports the North American Limousin Jr Association activities. They provide scholarship to juniors through the Donna Etherton Scholarship Program. Lemmy Boosters provides grants to the state association and hosts the Lemmy Cook-Off and donate gifts to participants each year at this show. So please stop by and purchase some tickets for the Lemmy Booster Silent Auction.
In this Class 48, this is the second class of the day. There's 4 entries. The first heifer that you see lined up is 159, shown by Sam Callahan of Centerview, Missouri. She's sired by a Tub Mill Creek bull called Dumas Walker out of a Penninger cow, 669W. The second heifer lined up is entry 160. This is a Wilder family limousine bred heifer. She's sired by their herd sire L7 Calvados 5035C out of a Penninger Sunny Day 418D, and this she's owned by Jadelia Isles of Bryan, Texas. 162 is Pads Goldilocks, shown by Bryce Hudson of Texas. This heifer sired by a Linhart Bull 6018D. And 163 is the Gucci female, shown by Emma Teeter of Paradise, Texas. It's a Thomas & Son Crown Royal out of a Lauren Stowers bred cow 609D. So 4 heifers in Class 48, which is the second class of the day.
Well, another really nice class as we get into these Novembers and some give and take, if you will. And judging shows is always interesting and fun, but it's always you have your favorites, and those of you around ringside might like the second place heifer, the third or the fourth better than this one, and that's okay. This is what we're here to do, and that's why we have one person, I guess, do it, and I'll give you my opinion today. But as I'll talk throughout today, completeness and balance and just good kind of cattle, and I think that represents, those comments represent the class winner quite well. Here's one that just from her shoulder back from her heart back through her forerib and back through her flank, I think excels in terms of anything within this class. She's one that just doesn't blow you away with pizzazz, maybe an eye appeal, but she's good in terms of how she's made out through her hip. She's nicely balanced and proportioned up through her front end, and again, as we said earlier, I think she has the most body, the most depth, the most spring to her rib as anything within the class, and quite honestly, I think she's the soundest one as she gets out and travels. I like a lot of things about the heifer that's in second. I love her sleekness and design up through her front end. She's awfully good in that standpoint. She's adequate in terms of her rib shape. She probably doesn't have as much lower one-third or lower flank as the heifer that wins the class, but again, a really, really nice heifer. She's good in terms of how she's made out through her hip. I'd like to change her running gear just a little bit, particularly the way she handles herself off her hind leg today. But young man, that's a really, really nice heifer. Good heifer coming in fourth. Again, a female that you would like to change just in terms of the amount of body and substance and rear rib that she has today. But again, a female that's got some look. We'd like to change the way she's made through her skeleton in terms of her structure just a little bit. Maybe see just a little bit more of her in terms of thickness and muscling. Same could be said for the young lady's heifer coming in next. Again, a nice female, a female that certainly deserves to be at the show today. We'd like to change her in terms of the way she travels. We'd like to see her with more body and more substance and more mass. But again, a good class of females. Let's show your support to these young people with a nice round of applause. Thanks.
And your results for Class 48. First place goes to entry 160, WFL Jada, shown by Jada Lee Isles of Bryan, Texas. Second place goes to entry 162, PEDS Goldilocks, shown by Bryce Hudson of Idalou, Texas. Entry 163 was third, ESTT Gucci, shown by Emma Titter of Paradise, Texas. And fourth place was entry 159, CB Glory Days, shown by Sam Callahan of Centerview, Missouri. In your program, the order was 4, 1, 2, 3. Now entering the ring is Class 49. Class 49 is females ranging from November 1st to November 5th. Entry 164, ELCX Gold Enough. Entry 166, CTHM Beatrice. Entry 167, ELCX Gracious. Entry 168 is a scratch. Entry 169, WCF Gidge. Entry 170, PBRS Kisses. Entry 171, LFL Gwendolyn. And entry 172, TASF Genesis. Once again, this is Class 49, Limflex females ranging from November 1st to November 5th.
You'll now see this is Class 49, the last class before they pick Division I champion. The first heifer is entry 164. This is a female bred in the Edwards Land and Cattle program, sired by Mag Yip. Goes back to a partnership cow that Edwards owns with Lawrence Family Limousin, the upper crust. This heifer is shown by Jake Osborne of Unionville, Tennessee. Second female is 166, Beatrice female. She's shown by Katie Thompson of Winfield, Kansas, sired by the national champion Air Force One out of a George Hubbard cow. 167 is the Edwards Land and Cattle Gracious 1950G, shown by Kyle Linhart, Leon, Iowa. She's sired by the popular King's Landing bull that's owned by Davis, Weiss, and Edwards Land and Cattle out of the National Gold Medal Female Auto Poem 273Y. There's 169, that's the Woodsy Creek Farm female, shown by Winnie Combs of White House, Tennessee, sired by the popular AI sire Mags Aviator. 170 is a P-Bar S bred female, shown by Caitlin Ayers of Gary, Texas, sired by the national champion Thomas & Son Crown Royal out of Angus donor cow owned by P-Bar S. 171 is a Lawrence Family Limousin bred female, shown by Shelby Hubbard of Miami, Oklahoma, sired by the popular show bull Auto Bulletproof. And 172 is a Thomas & Son Genesis, which is shown by Brinley Williams of Wascom, Texas. Popular pedigree with this female. Severa Style is Angus sire out of the popular donor Mags Wassell. So these are the heifers that Donnie Robertson is going to place in this Class 49, the last class before they pick Division I.
Really, again, and I'll sound redundant here, but a really nice class and some differences in kind and design all the way through. And the heifer that wins the class, as I've spoken already today in the previous two classes, I think is the most complete, the most balanced, the most fault-free in her structure, particularly as we have anything within this class. Love her up through her front end. Her head, neck, and shoulder ties in with enough height and authority for me, and she shows you a very attractive look. I like her body, I like her depth, I like her substance. Yeah, there's a few out here probably that have a little bit more lower flank, but again, I like her outer hip. Love the way she gets around and travels. That's where I would fault maybe the second place heifer just a little bitty bit, and I know that's critical sounding, but I love a lot of things about her. Like her body, her depth, her capacity, the spring that she has about her rib. Female that's square and true and correct out through her hip. Maybe not as attractive and stylish up through her front 1/3. And she gets out just a little bitty bit when you watch her walk, particularly off of her hind two. We'd like to change that about her just a little bit if we could today. But young lady's got a really, really nice female. Big, tall young man's heifer coming in next, moved her up. And here's one that if you love body and substance and just that pure spring of rib, if that's your only criteria, you're going to gravitate to this one. And I like those kind a lot. Here's one that just gets a little quick, I guess, for me out here today. We just like to see maybe just a little bit more heifer in terms of frame size. But again, here's one that has the body, the depth, the capacity, the structural soundness, the correctness, completeness, and balance. We just think she's probably just a little bit quick. Heifer coming in next. Again, we follow up with two females. Again, we'd like to see deeper bodied. We'd like to see more of them. Female coming in next probably is the better shoulder of the two remaining. She's probably the soundest in terms of her structure compared to the heifer that follows right behind her. We end up with two females down on this end. Again, as we talked earlier today, we just like to see more body, more substance, more mass, more spring to their rib to make them any more competitive today. But again, a very nice class. My congratulations to all the exhibitors.
And your results for Class 49. First place goes to entry 171, LFL Gwendolyn, shown by Shelby Hubbard of Miami, Oklahoma. Second place goes to entry 172, TASF Genesis, shown by Brinley Williams of Wascom, Texas. Third place goes to entry 167, ELCX Gracious, by Kyle Linhart of Leon, Iowa. Fourth place goes to entry 170, PBRS Kisses, shown by Caitlin Ayers of Gary, Texas. Fifth place goes to entry 169, WCF Gidge, shown by Winnie Combs of White House, Tennessee. Sixth place, entry 164, ELCX Good Enough, by Jake Osborne of Unionville, Tennessee. In seventh place, entry 166, CTHM Beatrice, shown by Katie Thompson of Winfield, Kansas. If you're following along in the program, it was 673 scratch 5412. Now we will be having our Division I Limflex Champion selection. Limflex Champion selection, Division I selection, and Reserve selection. Our Division I is sponsored by Legacy Limousin Ranch, and Reserve Division is sponsored by Highline Limousin Ranch. First place from Class 1 was entry 157, JLOZ Lucinda. From Class 48 was WFL Giada. And from Class 49 was LFL Gwendolyn. Second places from Class 47, entry 151, BBPB Soft Spoken. Entry 162, PEDS Goldilocks. From Class 49, entry 172, TASF Genesis. Once again, this is your Division I Limflex Champion selection.
there's 3 classes that showed, and the class winners are out there now in the ring. The first young heifer is one of the youngest juniors to show today. I think this is probably her first time to show. Josie Osborne, Unionville, Tennessee, showing a heifer that won the first class, entry 157, sired by Dauntless out of a Portwood cow. Then the second heifer is entry 160, a Wilder family heifer that was bred in their program, purchased by Jadelia Isles of Bryan, Texas, sired by their L7 cow.
Well, if you would,
bull.
put your hands together
And
for
then the
these
third
exhibitors
class
on a
is
really nice set of
171,
cattle out
Shelby
here for
Hubbard
this
with
first
a
division.
Bulletproof Daughter.
And again, as I said, as you work through the classes, you just try to find the ones that fit your eye in terms of the competition within. And I understand the show ring fairly well, and we've all got our opinions, and that's the way it should be. That's the way it's always been, and it will continue to be that way. And these are just the ones that have fell through the classes that, from a structural soundness standpoint, from a body composition standpoint, completeness and balance, for me, they fell to the top relatively easy. Young lady's heifer up here on the front end, really a nice, attractive, eye-appealing female that won that class, that first class, just from a completeness and a balance standpoint. When you get her back out here in this championship drive, she doesn't disappoint you. She's still got the body, the depth, the capacity, the look that I would think, as you project her forward, is going to continue to get better. Young lady's heifer in second is, again, she won that class in terms of just, again, the most complete, the most fault-free, the most structurally sound female within that class. You get her back out here, she's certainly adequate and certainly deserving, I think, of that blue ribbon. Heifer down here on the end, again, is one that won a very tough class just in terms of how she's made from her forerib back to her flank. She's very eloquent up through her head, neck, and shoulder region. She's got enough body and enough substance, enough rib shape for me, I think, to continue on and to be competitive. She's a female that's very sound and true in her structure. And young lady, if you'll lead that heifer out here in the center, you're going to win the division. Congratulations.
And your Division I Limflex champion female goes to entry 171, LFL Gwendolyn, shown by Shelby Hubbard of Miami, Oklahoma.
The heifer that was second behind your champion, again, is one that has a lot of quality. Again, just we talk a lot back in Yukon, America, about just good cattle, and this is certainly good cattle out here. Maybe some differences in terms of the bone work, the footwork that this heifer has comparative to your champion, but again, gives you a nice silhouette, gives you a nice look from the side, one that's certainly deserving to stand out here for a reserve champion female. You pick your favorite. I'll show you the one that I like second best, and we'll continue with the show.
And your Division I Limflex Reserve Champion Female goes to entry 157, JLOZ Lucinda, shown by Josie Osborne of Unionville, Tennessee. Next in the ring, we have Class 50. Class 50 is Limflex females ranging in birth from October 9th through October 24th. First in, we have entry 173, Auto Giada. Entry 174, BFRD Gypsy. Entry 175, JSZCHH, Larissa. Entry 176, DHIL, Genuinely. Entry 177, TASF, Gifted. Entry 179, LEGS, Gypsy. and entry 180 LLR Gabrielle.
Now showing the first class in Division 2, class number 50. The first heifer walking around is 173. This is a Pinnager bred female, shown by Dalton Edwards, Higginsville, Missouri. She's Auto Power Plus out of Auto AJ. 174 is a scratch. And then there's 175. This is Mackenzie Neal from West Alexander, Ohio, showing a homozygous black double-polled Severa style out of the Riverstone Charmed donor cow. 176 is a Diamond Hill bred female, shown by Tanner Shipman of Girard, Kansas. 177 is a Thomas & Sons heifer, shown by Bo London of Collinsville, Texas. She's sired by the Angus Bull PVF Blacklist. 179 is a Gypsy female, shown by Genevieve Norrell from Venus, Texas, sired by a Linhart Bull 6018D. And 180 is LLR Gabrielle, which is shown by Hunter Williams, Lake Butler, Florida, female out of a Coleman-bred Stetson cow 318A.
Well, really a good class from top to bottom, particularly to take nothing away from the final four, but the two heifers that relevate and find themselves surfacing to the top end of this class, I think, are exceptional. Really a nice female to start with. Here's one, as we've talked throughout today, about completeness and balance and just symmetry. Here's one that represents those terms quite nicely. Again, you love her in terms of her body and her depth and capacity. She's a female that's certainly thick-ended enough from behind. She's good and square and correct out her hip. She's a female that probably comparative to the second place heifer gives you more of an elegant look up through her front 1/3. You love the way her head, neck, and shoulder tie into her. Just really sleek in terms of she's made through that dewlap and brisket. That's where I changed the second place heifer, quite honestly. I'd just like to see her a little cleaner about her front end. But here's one again in terms of her body depth and her capacity, her squareness in terms of how she's made from hooks to her pins, excels in those traits. I like this heifer a lot. We just like to see her maybe neater fronted. If you put those two together, I think you've got really an outstanding one, but good job, young man, on an awfully nice female. Heifer coming in third, I think fits those types just quite a little easier than the remaining three. Again, you love her body, you love her depth. You don't see the overall eloquence up through her front end as you do even in the heifer that stood in second. I'd like to change how she's made, particularly off of her hind leg as she gets out and travels. Here's a female again that you coming in next that you like in terms of her body and her shape and her rib. We'd like to change her in terms of how she's made out through that tail head and back through that hip. We'd like to smooth her up just a little bit in her shoulder as well. We finish up with two females as they make the turn now that just need more body, more substance, more mass, more capacity to place any higher in the class today. But my congratulations to these two young men on the end. Really, you got into an awfully tough class here. Good set of heifers, good set of young people. Show your appreciation with a nice round of applause. Thanks.
And the results for Class 50. First place goes to entry 175, HHTSSC Larissa, shown by Mackenzie Neal of West Alexandria, Ohio. Second place goes to entry 177, TASF Gifted, shown by Bo London of Collinsville, Texas. Third place goes to entry 173, Auto Giada, shown by Dalton Edwards of Higginsville, Missouri. Fourth place, entry 179, Legs Gypsy, shown by Genevieve Norrell of Venus, Texas. Fifth place, entry 176, DHIL Genuinely, shown by Tanner Shipman of Girard, Kansas. And sixth place goes to entry 180, LLR Gabriel, shown by Hunter Williams of Lake Butler, Florida. If you're following along in your program, it's 3 and then a scratch. Entry 174 was a scratch. Next page, 15246. Now entering the ring, we have Class 51. These heifers range with birthdays from October 1st through October 8th, 2019. Entry 181, Auto Glow. Entry 182, SSTO 9845G. Entry 183, KPND Gabby. Entry 184, PBRS Glitter. Entry 185, STLX Greta. Entry 186, PFL Grace. Entry 187, YRTX Ginger. And entry 189, Auto Glory Girl. Once again, this is Class 51 of your Limflex females.
as these heifers are being led around the ring. This is class 51. If you're wanting to know more about the pedigrees, here we go. Here's entry number 181. This is shown by Lindsay Galata. She and her family have been responsible for putting on this show, done a tremendous job. This is a female they bought in the Pinniger program. She's sired by Mags Aviator. The entry 182, this is a Stowers bred female shown by Grace Laminger of Fairbury, Illinois. This is a PBRS bunkhouse out of the Riverstone Charm Cow. The third female is entry 183, shown by Bryce Hudson of Texas, with a Lance Hall sired female. LH Blitz is the sire, LH Extraordinary as the dam. 184 is a PBRS bred female shown by Case Brockhouse of Holden, Missouri, a Riverstone Charmed out of a PBRS cow. 185 is STLX Greta, shown by Garrett Walden of Tonganoxie, Kansas, with the Thomas & Son Crown Royal. 186 is a Portwood bred female, sired by PFL Commander-in-Chief, Hunter Sutherland of Versailles, Kentucky. The second to last female, the red female, is a YRTX Ginger, shown by Travis Williams of Arp, Texas, sired by a full brother to Air Force One, which is RLBH Days of Thunder. And 189 is Auto Glory Girl, Carly Favor of Marshfield, Missouri, showing this Auto Lucky Strike. So there's a total of 8 females in this class 51 in Division 2.
funny how quiet it gets in here, especially when you've got a really outstanding group of cattle. And my congratulations to all these exhibitors. And again, as I've said earlier, nothing to take away from these young people down on this end, but I think 3 really, really outstanding females in this particular class, and it's some give and take, if you will. And again, as I said earlier, if you're going to like the second and the third place heifer, I'm okay with that. It's just where you put your preferences, and I like this one to start with a lot. There's some things I'd like to change about her, as I would all of them. But in terms of a powerhouse female, in terms of bone and substance and mass, body, rib shape, I think she excels to the front end of this class relatively easy on those terms. She's good enough made up through her front end. Is she the sleekest in her design as we've seen out here today? Probably not. And if I were to be critical, I'd like to change her about her hip. She wants to get up in from her hooks to pins just a little bit. But again, I think she gets around the ring and travels quite nicely, and one that I think deservingly moves up to the top end of this class. Young lady's heifer coming in second. Again, very complete, very well balanced female. A female that's not moving around on as much circumference of bone as the heifer that wins the class. I like her out her hip. I wish the first place heifer had her hip in terms of placement. I like this female in terms of her body and her depth, her capacity. She too probably could be cleaned up just a little bitty bit up through her front 1/3. But again, in terms of completeness and balance and just good kind of cattle, here's one I think that races to the top relatively easy. Young man's heifer coming in third. A lot you like about her, again, in terms of mass and body and muscle and rib shape. Female that gets around and travels quite nicely. Again, she gets a little easier about her top at times compared to the 2 class winners or the first and second place females. But again, here's a really, really nice female that's going to go on and be a tremendous cow for this young person. Too, probably would like to change the way she's made out through that tail head, through that loin to make her ideal, but a good female. Good heifer coming in next. The white-bellied heifer is one, again, that you like her kind, her design. She's not all pizzazzed up today. That doesn't hurt her a bit, because what you see is what you get with this one. Here's one that shows you some body and some mass and some correctness in terms of structure. We'd like to change her out through her hip. We'd like to just see her transition a little neater from her forerib back to her flank. The red heifer coming in next just needs more body, more substance, more mass, I think, to compete within this class. But she's square in terms of her lines. She gives you a nice show ring presence. We just want to see her deeper bodied and bolder sprung. Heifer coming in next, again, of the trio that's remaining, is the deepest bodied, the one that shows you the more maternal look in terms of body depth and capacity. We like that about her. She's a little rough about her tail head, a little rough about her rump. We'd like to clean her up through her front end. 2 young men coming in next, winding out the class. 2 really, really good heifers, females today that they just need to be deeper. We need to see more of them in terms of substance, in terms of body and depth and capacity. That turn to the rib shape needs to be designed just a little bit different to compete with these front runners of this class. But again, very good class females. Again, been a wonderful crowd. Let's show them a nice round of applause. You're here for them today. Thanks.
And your results for Class 51. First place goes to entry 182, SSTO 9845G, Grace Lemonager from Fairbury, Illinois. Second place goes to entry 181, Auto Glow, shown by Lindsay Galota from Independence, Louisiana. Third place goes to entry 185, STLX Greta, shown by Garrett Walden of Tonganoxie, Kansas. Fourth place, entry 183, KPND Gabby, shown by Bryce Hudson of Idalou, Texas. Fifth place goes to entry 187, YRTX Ginger, shown by Travis Williams of Arp, Texas. Sixth place, entry 189, Auto Glory Girl, shown by Carly Favor of Marshfield, Missouri. Seventh place, entry 184, PBRS Glitter, shown by Case Brockus from Holden, Missouri. And eighth place goes to entry 186, PFL Grace, shown by Hunter Sutherland of Versailles, Kentucky. If you're following along in the catalog, it's 2, 1, 4, 7, 3, 8, 5, 6. Now entering the ring, we have Class 52. These are females ranging in birthday from September 12th to September 28th. We have entry 191, LFL Gold Plated. We have entry 192, BMFK Georgia. Entry 193, Auto Goodness. Entry 194, CHAC, Real Lovely. We have entry 196, Auto Gatsby. Entry 198, CELL 9517G. We have entry 199, YRTX GG, and entry 201, LYDH Gabby. Once again, this is your class 52 of your LimFlex females. We do want to thank again some of our exhibitors who purchase or rent the best seat in the house. The director's chairs along ringside get rented for the week. All the proceeds benefit the Lemmy Booster Scholarship Funds. Thank you to those who rent a chair for the week and support our Lemmy Boosters: Barton Limousine, Sea-Bar Ranch, Coyote Hills Ranch, Edwards Land and Cattle Company, Grassroots Genetics, Hendrickson Limousine, JLX Limousine, KK Seedstock, Lawrence Family Limousine, MC Marketing Management, OT Farms, R&R Marketing, Ratliff Cherry Creek Farm, Stowers Limousine, Dan Weedman, Weiss Limousine Ranch, and Wilder Family Limousine. Also, I want to take a minute to thank those who helped make our complimentary professional photography available to all our exhibitors this week: Wilder Family Limousine, Edwards Land and Cattle, Tub Mill Creek Farms, Davis Limousine, KLS Farms, Limousine 365, and Legacy Livestock Imaging.
Just a quick overview of this class 52. The first female out is 191, shown by Boone Bagert. He's showing a Lawrence family bred heifer, sired by the Coleman Bull Deputy 37D. The entry 192 is Alliston McCarley, Girard, Kansas, showing a Schilling Civil War daughter out of an Etherton cow. 193 is Otto Goodness, Raston Copeland, Shallow Water, Texas, showing an Otto King David heifer. 194 is Bradley White of Dayton, Texas, showing an Otto Real Deal out of a Lawrence family cow. 196 is Otto Gadsby, a daughter of Otto King David out of Otto Princess, shown by Lanny Woodall. 198 is a Linhart bred female, shown by Bentley London of Collinsville, Texas, female sired by Mags Cable. 199 is the red female, sired by Alter Ego, shown by Brady Williams, Arp, Texas. And the heifer that's standing at the end, they're not judged yet, is 201, Lydia Hunt of Fronia, Missouri, showing a CJ SL Creed daughter out of a Magnus cow. It's 300 plus females showing yesterday and today. Families from all over the country came to Louisiana, greeted with wonderful Southern hospitality. Troy Galata and his family were responsible for the main construction of this event, and if you've not watched the opening ceremonies or seen it in the past, you can go on any of the sites, social media sites, and see what they put together. It's quite a show. Want to give some recognition to also the North American Limousine Foundation. The people that work and head up the association have done a tremendous job with this show. You'll notice all over social media how it's being promoted. Executive Director Mark Anderson is here with his wife Tammy Anderson. They do a tremendous job for us with the association. The Director of Public Relations and Media, Mallory Bluner, great job. Katie Campbell here, Director of Activities, and Allison Jones and Stephanie Kramer-Beto back in the office. All of these people work tirelessly to make our breed the best that it can be, and certainly want to give them congratulations for doing a tremendous job. Donnie is just doing his final placings in this class 52, and this is in the second division, class 52.
Well, again, congratulations to all these exhibitors within this class, and the quality has went deep all the way through. And the heifer that wins the class, again, as we talked earlier today, it does so in terms of her completeness, the balance that she has, just the symmetry. Just good cattle standing out here in front of you. And I like this one from the straightness of line. She's easily the soundest, the truest in terms of how she gets around the ring today. And I think one that surfaces to the forefront of this class relatively easy for me. Like a lot of things about the heifer that's in second, she certainly isn't really wanting to be out here today. She'd rather be somewhere else than West Monroe, Louisiana. But the young man's doing an outstanding job with her, and my congratulations to him. But here's one, when you really analyze her, has got a lot of quality. Depth of rib, body, substance, and mass. Again, she's got an elegance about her front end. Very up-headed, very high-headed. That's an easy thing to say on one like that. We'd like to change her out through her hip. We'd like to just see it a little more square today to be more competitive within the class winner within this class. Young lady here, I commended her as I pulled her in third, that she didn't give up, and she did an excellent job. She took a heifer that was occasionally you kind of miss some cattle as you get through these classes, and that's why you try to work hard as a judge to make sure that that doesn't happen. And here's one that we had down towards the bottom of the class, and we did so in terms of body. And we'd still like to see her with some more body, some more substance, some more mass. But from an elegance look, from a front-end design, a female that's straight in her lines, very attractive in terms of her silhouette, I think she's very deserving of that third-place ribbon. So congratulations on that young lady for sticking with it, not giving up. Young man's heifer coming in fourth is one that you like in terms of her body depth, her spring that she has, the rib shape that she has, the transition she makes from her forerib back to her flank. She's not smooth enough shouldered for me in comparison with the heifers that are above her. We'd like to change that about her just a little bit. Maybe take just a little bit of grease off of her as well. I think then that makes her even more elegant to look at. Next heifer coming in next, again, we talked body and depth and spring of rib. She probably has the most of the remaining females out here. Her too, we'd like to change the way her head, neck, and shoulders attached to her today. If that were to happen, I think she could find herself moving up a few notches. But again, young lady, being critical on an awfully nice female, it's going to make a tremendous amount of production for you on down the road. Young man's heifer coming in next is one that you like in terms of her body depth and her capacity. She's square and true about her hip. She's not good enough in terms of the way she handles herself off her front two. She's got needs a little bit more slope to her shoulder. She gets a little restricted as she goes. Because of that, we'd like to change that about her. We end up with two females down the line that, again, as we talked today, in comparisons with the females that are up on the top end of this class, just need more body, more depth, more spring to the rib, maybe a more of a maternal look. but an awfully good set of females. Young lady, young man's doing an outstanding job, and my congratulations to them. Congratulations to all on a really nice class.
And your results for Class 52. First place goes to entry 198, Cell 9517G, shown by Bentley London of Collinsville, Texas. Second place goes to entry 193, Auto Goodness, by Raston Copeland of Shallow Water, Texas. Third place goes to entry 192, BMFK, Georgia, shown by Alliston McCarley of Girard, Kansas. Fourth place goes to entry 194, CHAC Real Lovely, shown by Bradley White of Dayton, Texas. Fifth place goes to entry 196, Auto Gatsby, shown by Laney Woodall of Pattonville, Texas. Sixth place goes to entry 191, LFL Gold Plated, shown by Boone Beggart of Allison, Texas. Seventh place, entry 201, LYDH Gabby, shown by Lydia Hunt of Frona, Missouri. And eighth place, entry 199, YRTX Gigi, shown by Bradley Williams of Arp, Texas. If you're following along in the program, that order is 632-45187. Now entering the ring is Class 53. We have September females ranging in birth from September 9th to September 2nd. Entry 203, HUBB Good Looking. Entry 204, TASF Glisten. Entry 205, GALF Glamour Girl. Entry 206, WCF Gabriella. Entry 419, MKJM Zone Kids Glory. Entry 208, Auto Greystone. Entry 209, Cell 9442G. And entry 210, Georgina Bratton. Once again, this is Class 53, Limousin females, birthdays September 2nd through September 9th. We would like to thank some of our general sponsors that help make this week and this show possible, such as the Monroe Convention and Visitors Bureau, Linhart Limousin, Missouri Limousine Breeders Association, Magnus Land and Cattle, Louisiana Seafood Board, Louisiana Office of Tourism, Wolf Cattle, Excel Ranches, Transova Genetics, CTI Marketing, Dave Linhart, Live Oak Cattle, Lawrence Family Limousine, Attack Limousine, MC Marketing, R&R Marketing, Biozyme Incorporated, Heartland Limousine Association, Apache Industrial Services, Tennessee Limousine Breeders Association, and JB Ranch. I would also like to mention on a side note, last night there was some money turned into the office, kind of a substantial amount. And if you lost some money that you can identify and tell us exactly what the denominations and what kind of bills are missing, please come see us up here at the announcer stand, or even Troy Galota back there, because there was some substantial money, cash, lost in the parking lot last night.
Okay, class number 53 in Division 2. The first, they're not being placed yet. 203, this is Hub Good Looking from the Portwood family of Versailles, Kentucky, showing a Mags Ali daughter. 204 is a Thomas & Sons female, shown by Ashley Wiles of Smithsburg, Maryland, with a Dauntless daughter out of Thomas & Son Dignity. 205 is Glamour Girl, shown by Carson Hoth of Anderson, Missouri, with a Mags Aviator daughter. 206, of course, is Whit Combs, Thad and Marissa Combs' son, White House, Tennessee, WCF Gabriella, Mags Cable out of Apricot 394A. 419 is Michaela Jo Massey, Joey and Melissa Massey's daughter from London, Kentucky, showing her Deuce daughter out of CJLM Zonkt 338B. J.C. Smith is entry 208 from Decatur, Arkansas, showing an auto-bred female sired by Conley Express out of the $50,000 donor that's owned by J6 Auto Zofia. 209 is a Linhart bred heifer shown by Lana Sherry of Yukon, Oklahoma. That's the granddaughter of Dan and Nancy Wedman. Used to own the magazine. And 210 is Georgina Bratton of the Portwood family, Versailles, Kentucky, showing Byron Evans sired female Super Duty out of an auto cow on the bottom side. So these are the entries for Class 53 in Division 2 of the Limflex Show.
Well, again, broken record, but another nice class, particularly these three females that have surfaced to the top of this class, and obviously some differences in kind and design. And again, as I've stated earlier today, you put the preferences where you like them, and that's fine with me. The heifer that wins the class, she's not really wanting to be out here today, especially down on that end. But I think when she gets her stopped and gets her planted, I think she shows you a very nice silhouette. I think she's as complete and balanced from her forerib back to her flank as any within this class. A female that's sound and true in terms of her structure, and just one I think that's fairly fault-free in her design. Really, really a good female. Gets a little closer, I think, from second and third, in my opinion. The deeper-bodied female, the deeper-sided female, I think, is going to be in second. Where I change her is out, and I change both of these heifers out through their hip. I'd like to see them a little square about her hip. This heifer gets a little shorter about her hip, maybe, than ideal, and I'd like to change that about her a little bit. She gets a little shorter, coupled, if you will, but again, I think an awfully good female that has a world of future ahead of her. Heifer coming in third, again, she has the body, the depth, the capacity, the forerib back to her flank that we're looking for. Again, as we stated early, I'd like to change her out her hip and back through that hind leg just a little bit for her to be more competitive. Really, really a nice female, a smaller frame female comes in next. And here's one that a lot of you probably gravitated to, and I did too. I just think she's a little quick today in terms of the competition within this particular class. But from a silhouette, she silhouettes up as nice as anything within the class in terms of her body, her depth, her capacity, the true amount of spring rib that she has. Really, really a nice female. Heifer coming in next gets a little tight about her heart, gets a little tight about her flank for me today in comparisons with the class winners, but a good female. Heifer coming in next, love her length, love her body in terms of just the way that she transitions again back through her forerib, back to her flank. We'd like to clean her up through her tail head. We'd like to level her out through her hip a little bit if we could to make her ideal. And then we end up with a couple females again, just need more body, more substance, more mass, more maternal look to them in comparisons with their contemporaries in this class, but a good class of females. Once again, folks, show these people, these young people, a nice round of applause on a good set of heifers.
And your results for Class 53. First place goes to entry 208, Otto Greystone, shown by J.C. Smith of Decatur, Arkansas. Second place goes to entry 204, TASF Glisten, shown by Ashley Wiles of Smithsburg, Maryland. Third place goes to entry 209, Cell 9442G, shown by Lana Sherry of Yukon, Oklahoma. Fourth place goes to entry 205, GALF Glamour Girl, shown by Carson Hoth of Anderson, Missouri. Fifth place, entry 203, HUBB Good Lookin', shown by Liliana Portwood of Versailles, Kentucky. Sixth place goes to entry 419, MKJN, Zone Ked's Glory, shown by Michaela Massey of London, Kentucky. Seventh place goes to entry 206, WCF Gabriella, shown by Whit Combs of White House, Tennessee. And eighth goes to entry 210, Georgina Bratton, shown by Sidley Portwood of Versailles, Kentucky. In the program, it went 5-2-4-7. Turn your page, 6-1-3-8. Now entering the ring, we have the Division II Limflex Champion and Reserve Champion selection. Our Division II Champion is sponsored by Jerry Douglas, and our Division II Reserve Champion is sponsored by Free Bird Farms. First entering is your first place from Class 50, entry 175, HTSSC Larissa. From Class 51, entry 182, SSTO 7845G. From Class 52, entry 198, Cell 9517G. From Class 53, entry 208, Otto Greystone. Our second place finishers that are in the ring, from Class 50, entry 177, TASF Gifted. From Class 51, entry 181, Auto Glow. From Class 52, entry 193, Auto Goodness. And from Class 53, entry 204, TASF Glisten. Once again, we have the Division II Limflex Champion and Reserve Champion selections in the ring.
There's a total of 4 classes that are 4 class winners in this Division II. Donnie Robertson is trying to make his selection for the champion and reserve in that division. Just quickly here, the first girl that won the first class is 175, which is Mackenzie Neal of West Alexandria, Ohio. Here's Donnie Rob.
Well, folks, if you would, around ringside, show your support to these young people with a nice round of applause. They certainly deserve it. It's been hot down here, and it's been a long week and a very eventful week for many, and I thank them so much for the due diligence and the hard work that they're still going today, and my congratulations to all. Really nice division. Cattle all the way through that she has left the building. Tough heifer there. Good job, young lady. Really a nice division of cattle as we get going here, and again, just real briefly, the heifer that comes out of the first class is unique. Here's one that has as nice of a fronty and nicely balanced in terms of how she's made through her head, neck, and shoulder region as anything within that we've seen today. If that's something that's important to you, then you're going to gravitate to that one because that one's pretty good. Along with that, she's got some body and some substance and some mass and just a nice eye-appealing look about her. If we were to get critical and to change her just a little bitty bit, we'd like to see her come out of her knee just a little bit differently. But she's a female that gets around the ring and travels okay. We'd just like to rock her back just a little bitty bit on that front knee. That's being critical and an awfully good one. Heifer that's in the second hoe is one that you love in terms of her mass, and she won a tough class for those particular reasons. Love her bone work, love her footwork. Here's one that's massively middled. Again, you love her transition from her forerib back to her flank. She's nice enough up through her front end. She's not as sexy and attractive as the heifer in front of her, but again, she's certainly nice enough, and she's thick enough from behind. Where I'd like to see her made differently, quite honestly, Lee, is through her hip. We'd like to change the way she's made from her hooks to her pins. We'd like to level her out there just a little bit. But just in terms of overall mass and power and substance, that's a good one right there. Third one in line, again, it won a class, maybe a little weaker class in terms of quality, but a good female won that class. And here's one in front of me that has a lot of quality in terms of straightness of lines, body and depth, capacity, squareness of hip. Just a nice, fundamentally sound kind of a female that's worthy to stand out here in line. Young lady's heifer won that last class again, doing an excellent job, and I commend her for that. That old heifer's a tough one and a load to show today. But here's one that's awfully good. She's got a lot of straightness about her lines. She's very complete and balanced. Love her body, love her depth, love her capacity. You pick your favorites. I'll take one more look at them, and I'll go select you two. Again, my congratulations to these exhibitors.
And your Division II Limflex champion comes out of Class 50, entry 175, HHTSSC Larissa, shown by Mackenzie Neal of West Alexandria, Ohio.
As you can see, that was a really powerful class, and the heifer that comes in and takes her place certainly is no slouch, and one that has a lot of quality. Again, we talked in terms of straightness of lines, symmetry, balance, completeness. I think she fits that mold really well. Really a nice female that's worthy to stand out here for a reserve. Hard for me to get around this one here in terms of power and body and bone. We just like to change her hip, as we said earlier, to be more competitive. But young lady, in the second hole there, you'll be reserved. Congratulations.
And your Division II Limflex Reserve Champion female comes out of Class 51, entry 182, SSTO 9845G, Grace Lemonager from Fairbury, Illinois.
Just quickly here, that champion in division is 175, sired by Severa Style, the Angus bull out of Riverstone Charmed, the female that did so much winning, that's owned by Stowers and the Ratliff family. This heifer's shown by Mackenzie Neal of West Alexandria, Ohio. This is a new
And third place in that division goes to entry 208, Otto Greystone, J.C. Smith from Decatur, Arkansas.
The reserve in that division was 182, again out of Riverstone Charm, sired by PBRS Bunkhouse by Grace Lemonager, Fairbury, Illinois. So both the champion and reserve in that division are out of the same donor cow, Riverstone Charmed, that was supreme in Louisville and won majority of the shows that she was ever shown in, owned by the Ratliff family, and Stowers Limousine owns Embryo Interest. Again, two really good females that won Division II. Next up is Class 54.
Now entering the ring, we have Class 54. August 27th through 30th, birthday females. Entry 212 in LFR, Miss Gidget. And entry 213, TLRP, Genesis. Once again, this is Class 54 of your Limflex females.
There's only two heifers in this Class 54, but they're certainly nice. They're both August heifers. 212 is the first heifer that's moving around. NLFR, Miss Gidget, Juliana Norell of Venus, Texas, showing this Diamond Hill colt. Heifer's actually on the top and the bottom is the Diamond Hill Genetics, and then 213 is TLRP Genesis, but Taylor Post, Miami, Oklahoma, showing CJSL Dauntless daughter. Make note that this heifer, 213, the second female, actually in the Bred and Owned show yesterday was Reserve Grand. We won't tell the judge that, but we'll see what he does here. 212 and 213, two head in Class 54.
Well, as we get into this next division and as we get into this class of August females, really a no-nonsense female wins this class, and here's one that's awful good. Love her body again, love her depth of rib that she has, a female that's nicely balanced and proportioned up through her front 1/3. She's square and true and correct out through her hip, and I think one that certainly comes to the front of this class relatively easy. Really a nice female here in second for this young lady again, just in terms of pure spring of rib and body and volume you like. A little rougher about her design, if you will, in comparisons with the class winner. We'd like to smooth her up a little through her shoulder. We'd like to correct her out through her hip. but again, really a nice kind of a female. Kind of out here by themselves. Show them a nice round of applause, if you would, around ringside for a good class of females and a great set of young people.
And your results for Class 54. First place goes to entry 213 TLRP Genesis, shown by Taylor Post of Miami, Oklahoma. And second place, entry 212 NLFR Miss Gidget, shown by Juliana Norrell of Venus, Texas. Now entering the ring will be Class 55. These will be July 2nd through July 25th females. Entry 216, HLFC Gale. Entry 217, SEEE Gone Fishin'. Entry 218, NCC Gin Inhale. Entry 219, RWR Miss Excessive Style. Entry 220, LFL Glitter Bomb. Once again, this is Class 55 of your Limflex females.
We're now showing Class 55. For the many of you that are watching, we certainly appreciate your viewing this show. This is kind of a big deal for these juniors and certainly for our breed. This is a Limflex Division 3, Class 55. The first heifer you'll see being shown is 216. That is HLFC Gale 319G, shown by Hannah Hooper of Hale Center, Texas. Sired by an Angus Bull SAV Rain Dance out of a Deja Vu cow. 217, big young man there, is Dalton Edwards, Higginsville, Missouri, showing Gone Fishin'. She's a daughter of SEEE Common Law out of an Etherton cow. The red female is 218, Olivia Jaqueen, Marthasville, Missouri, showing a Shelby Skinner sired female 703E out of a Tub Mill Creek cow. 219 is RWR Miss Excessive Style, Wesley Wages of Center, Texas, showing Excessive Force daughter. And 220 is Tucker Parkinson with LFL Glitter Bomb, which is homozygous black female sired by LFL Deluxe Edition out of a Mags DeLorean. That's your class as Donnie is making his selection in Class 55.
Well, as we get into these summerborns and these Julys, and I think, again, as I've said today, to take nothing away from the trio that remains, but two really, really, really outstanding females, and a lot of similarities, but a few differences, if you will. And I think the most fault-free, the most complete, the most balanced, the one that handles herself the best in terms of movement is the heifer that wins the class. Here's one that, again, you love her body depth, you love her capacity, you love the true amount of spring of ribs that she has, love the way she's made from her forerib back to her flank. She's the squarest of the hip of the two out here, and again, as we stated, not that the heifer's unsound in the second. I just like the way this one glides around the ring and picks them up and puts them down in the right hose each time. Nice female. Maybe to change her, clean her up just a little bit in terms of her front end, in terms of the amount of brisket that she has, but really, really a nice kind of a female. Good female coming in second, as we just stated. Love her body, her depth. She's got the same spring to her rib, the same amount of mass and body as the heifer that wins the class. She's not as good in terms of how she's made out through her hip. She's a little shorter about herself maybe than the class winner, but here's an awfully good one. Like to change her running gear just a little bitty bit, particularly off of her hind two in comparisons with the class winner, but a good female. Heifer that comes in next, really stout, powerful individual with a ton of body, a ton of rib shape, a female that has a tremendous amount of future, I guess, in my opinion. Gets a little rougher about her makeup, a little rougher about her shoulder, rougher out through her hip as the two that precede her, but a good female. The red heifer, I think, just shows you the most quality of the two remaining. Again, straightness of lines and just correctness in terms of how she's made, I think, puts her there in a good spot. Smooth about her shoulder, correct about her head and neck. Then we end up with the female again. You like her body, you like her depth, you like her capacity. Maybe again we'd like to change the way she's made up through her front end, rock her back just a little bit in her shoulder. That wants to restrict her just ever so slightly as she gets out and travels, but a good female. Nice class as we get started again into this class of summerborns.
And your results for Class 55. First place goes to entry 219, RWR Miss Excessive Style, shown by Wesley Wages of Center, Texas. Second place goes to entry 220, LFL Glitter Bomb, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Third place goes to entry 216, HLFC Gale, shown by Hannah Hooper of Hales Center, Texas. Fourth place goes to entry 218, NCC Gin Hale, shown by Olivia Jacquin from Marthasville, Missouri. Fifth place goes to entry 217, C Gone Fishin', shown by Dalton Edwards of Higginsville, Missouri. If you're following along in your program, the order was 3, 5, 4, 1. Turn the page 2. Now in the ring is class number 56. These are June 1st through June 27th females. We have entry 221, DL Gratitude. Entry 224 was a scratch. Entry 225, WCF Black Goldie. Entry 226, JCL Katie LNLM. And entry 227, WB Gucci. Once again, this is class 56 females, June 1st through June 27th.
This is class 56 in the Limflex division. 221, the first heifer that the girl is showing is DL Gratitude, a Davis Limousin female, Air Force One out of WLR Eva. Carly Favor of Marshfield, Missouri is showing this heifer. 224 is a scratch. Then we have 225. This is Whit Allen Combs, Thad and Marissa Combs, White House, Tennessee, their son. WCF Black Goldie. This is Woodsy Creek Farm female, started by Mags Aviator. 226 is JCL Caddy. 91G, this is a JCL female that was bred in their program. Madison Craig Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, showing this Crown Royal out of Katniss, a popular show female. And 227 is WB Gucci, Face Springs of Afton, Oklahoma, showing this Coleman Primo, that's an Angus bull, back on a Diamond Hill cow. So there's a total of 4 heifers in this class 56.
Class of June females, and again, really a nice class, and I sound redundant on that, but I truly believe that these young people have worked hard, and they've got a nice set of cattle, and a lot of similarities in the 2 heifers that stand first and second, in my opinion. The heifer that wins the class, again, as we've talked today, completeness and balance, and from her head back to her tail, I think shows you a lot of quality. I like her body, like her depth, like the spring that she has to her rib. She's a little smoother about her shoulder, a little smoother about her front end attachment than the heifer that's in second, a female that gets around the ring adequately, I guess, for me today, and one I think that just is, again, the most complete, the most fault-free within her kind. Heifer that comes in second, I like a lot of things about her, and she too has body and depth and capacity. We'd like to change her about her shoulder in comparisons only with the class winner. We'd like to smooth her up a little bit through her front end. We'd like to see her maybe with a little bit more lower 1/3 in terms of her flank, but a good female. Heifer that comes in third follows her more closely, I think, in type and kind. Again, a female with some body and some depth and capacity. She too could be a little bit neater about her shoulder and the way that it's made, but again, we'd like to change her in terms of how she's made out through her hip and back through that hind leg just a little bit, but a good female. End up with a big, powerful female in terms of her power and mass and substance. Again, just a little rougher about her kind and design, if you will, but you like her body, you like her depth, you like the spring that she has to her rib. She'll make an outstanding cow for this young man. Congratulations. Show him a nice round of applause, if you would, please.
And the results for Class 56. First place goes to entry 221 DL Gratitude, shown by Carly Favor of Marshfield, Missouri. Second place goes to entry 226 JCL Katie, shown by Madison Craig of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Third place goes to entry 227 WB Gucci, shown by Faith Spriggs of Afton, Oklahoma. And fourth place, entry 225 WCF Black Goldie, shown by Whit Combs of White House, Tennessee. In the program, the order was 1, scratch, 4, 2, 3. Now entering the ring, we should have Class 57. These heifers range in birthdays from May 5th or May 2nd to May 30th. First in, entry 228, TASF Gossip Girl. Next in, entry 231, NCC Gavinci. Entry 232, DEBV Glamorous. Entry 233, TJMR Gabby. Entry 234, Schilling Guinevere. Entry 235, Cell 9185G. Entry 237, TASF Camaro. Entry 238, WFL Guess. And entry 241, Ratliff Gossip. Once again, These are Limflex females ranging in age from May 2nd to May 30th. Class 57. Junior exhibitors, please don't forget that you need to write your thank you notes and turn those in back here at the backdrop before you get to take home your awards. Get those thank you notes turned in.
Okay, you're watching these heifers go around the ring here. This is Class 57 in the Division 3 of the Limflex show. 228 is Will Blades, Midway, Kentucky. They had actually the champion cow-calf pair, or Callie Hicks did, cousin. This female is TASF Gossip Girl. She's an Air Force One out of Mags with Class. Clayton Shoei is the second female being shown, 231. Sired by Shelby Skinner 703E out of WLR Yana. Clayton Shoei of Cassville, Missouri. Then the third heifer is 232. This is a Deb Vorthman bred female, sired by Cell 6411D, shown by Sloan Moss of Lufkin, Texas. 233 exhibitor is TJMR Gabby 915G, shown by Samantha Jo Moore of Ruffine, Virginia. 234 is Schilling Genevieve Faith Spriggs of Afton, Oklahoma, showing STLX Double Down. Entry 235 is Cell 9185G, Alliston Dragstream, Ambo, Indiana, showing SSTO Best Bet out of a Tub Mill Creek cow. 237 is a
We have
Thomas
several
Son,
of our
heifer.
Nalja Board of
Ashley
Directors
Wiles of
in working the
Smithburg, Maryland.
ring. As you all know, they've worked really
238 is
hard all week,
WFL Guess of,
even before
Griffin
this, to
Reese,
prepare for this
Avon,
show.
Illinois.
In the
And
ring, we have
241 is
Shelby
Ratliff
Hubbard
Gossip, Macy
from
Ratliff,
Oklahoma,
Westphalia, Kansas.
Colt
This female was
Schrader
grand
from
in the show
Oklahoma,
yesterday in the Bread
and
Gnome show.
Tristan Galota from Louisiana.
Well, I didn't realize May was that popular a month to calve in, but we've got a really a nice set of May calves out here from top to bottom, and from the heifer that wins the class. And I know sometimes this is judge speech, but from top to bottom in this class, there's a lot of quality. From the young lady's heifer that wins the class all the way back to the young man that's showing the red heifer who told me he's been here since Saturday and he's tired, and I can relate. And but I asked him if he'd went swimming, and he said no, and I commended him for that because he's been working hard on his calves, and really appreciate that about him. But nonetheless, I think the two females on top of this class are really special in terms of their kind and design. The attractive female wins the class just in terms of how she's made up through her front 1/3. She's good in terms of her body, in terms of her rib shape that she has. She's square and correct and true out through her hip. And man, when she gets out in motion and goes is when she looks her best, and she really travels on a good set of feet and legs, and I like that about her. Young lady's heifer that's in second, again, you really like her and striking to the pose. Again, body and depth and capacity you like. She's probably not as neatly made from her hooks to her pins as the heifer that wins the class. She's a sound female that gets out and travels. She, too, has a smoothness about her shoulder and a lot of quality. Again, splitting hairs a little bit in these two, but I think two really powerful females. The heifer on the stand from a silhouette standpoint that all of you must like is the white underlined bellied heifer that leads out in third. And here's one that's awfully good. Awfully powerful in terms of her kind, in terms of her substance. You love her body, you love her depth, you love the true amount of spring of rib she has. She may be the most elegant made up through her front 1/3 as any within this class. But where I find fault in her is how she gets around, particularly off of her front two. We'd like to rock her back in her shoulder a little bit. I think she's restricted a little bit as she goes up through there, and we'd like to change that. That's nitpicking on an awfully good one. Really a nice female. The fourth place heifer, again, in terms of body and substance and kind, you certainly have to like her. Very sound and true in terms of the way she gets out and travels. Her, too, as we've talked today, we'd like to square her up back through her hip. Maybe we'd like to just see her made just a little bit differently down through her hind leg, but a good female. Female coming in next, again, shows the same similarities as some of the ones in front of her in terms of her body, in terms of her depth, in terms of her capacity. We'd like to change her running gear just a little bit, the way she gets out and travels and moves today. But again, as we've talked all day, just in terms of quality, here's certainly one that deservedly to be here at your National Junior Heifer Show. Heifer coming in next, again, one that you like in terms of her length of body and squareness and trueness of hip. She probably doesn't transition quite nicely in comparisons with some of the class winners from her forerib back to their flank. We'd like to see more body, more depth, particularly back through that lower 1/3. Heifer coming in next, again, kind of a rougher made female in comparisons with some of the other heifers, but again, one that you like just in terms of her kind from a silhouette look. She, too, needs a little help in terms of the way she's made back through her hip and down through that hind leg, but nonetheless a good female. We end up with two females, contrasting differences, if you will. A little rougher design female that comes in next. Big, powerful, bold sprung kind of a female that's thick-ended from behind. You have to appreciate her for that. Just needs to be cleaned up all the way through. Then the young man's heifer, as we talked earlier, really like this female. Just need to see her deeper body, bolder sprung. To place any higher in this class. But again, really a good class of females, and I hope you'd enjoyed looking at them as much as I did sorting through them. Show them a nice round of applause before we pick your division.
And your results for Class 57. First place goes to entry 241, Ratliff Gossip, shown by Macy Ratliff of Westphalia, Kansas. Second place goes to entry 237, TASF Camaro, shown by Ashley Wiles of Smithsburg, Maryland. Third place goes to entry 228, TASF Gossip Girl, shown by Will Blades of Midway, Kentucky. Fourth place goes to entry 233, TJMR Gabby, shown by Samantha Moore of Raffine, Virginia. Fifth place, entry 232, DEBV Glamorous, shown by Sloan Everett Moss of Lufkin, Texas. Sixth place, entry 231, NCC Gavinci, shown by Clayton Shoey of Cassville, Missouri. Seventh place, entry 234, Shilling Guinevere, shown by Faith Spriggs of Afton, Oklahoma. Eighth place goes to entry 235, Cell 9185G, Allison Dragstream of Amboy, Indiana. And ninth place, entry 238, WFL Guess, Griffin Reese of Avon, Illinois. If you're following along in the program, the order was 3, 6, 5, 4, 7, 8. Turn the page, 2, 9, 1. Now entering the ring is your first place from all your Division III classes. We will now be selecting the Division III Limflex Champion, Reserve Champion, and third overall. Limflex Champion for Division III is sponsored by Parkinson Cattle Company, and Division III Limflex Reserve is sponsored by Keaton Limousin Ranch. First place from Class 54 is entry 213, TLRP Genesis. From Class 55, first place, entry 219, RWRMS Excessive Style. From Class 56, entry 221, DL Gratitude. From Class 57, entry 241, Ratliff Gossip. Our second place winners are in the ring also from Class 54, entry 212, NLFR Miss Gidget. From Class 55, 220, LFL Glitterbomb. From Class 56, entry 226, JCL Katie. And from Class 57, entry 237, TASF Camaro. Once again, this is your Division III Limflex Champion, Reserve, and third overall selection.
Well, folks, show this group of exhibitors a nice round of applause, if you will. We've gotten a little quiet around here, and if we remember not too long ago, we were all stranded in our houses, and we didn't even think we were going to have this show. So I think it's important that we appreciate what we have out here. And we've got a good group of cattle and an even better set of young people, and my compliments to every one of them. You know, the misfortune of judging cattle is when you get to this position, you can only pick 2 or 3 in this case, in this division. But there's a lot of good cattle all the way through. And so, as I said earlier, you know, so many judges harp and talk, and you get tired of hearing yourself say how good these cattle are. But if I'm a Limousin breeder today, I feel very thankful because the quality has been extremely good. The heifer that wins the first class, really a nice representation for this particular division. Straight in her line, square in terms of her hip, nice in terms of her balance, probably for her age, enough body and enough mass for me today. Maybe you like to clean her up just a little bit up through her front end, but again, really a nice female. The heifer right behind her, again, really won a tough class, and there was 2 heifers on the top of that class I thought that were similar and really, really close. But here's a good one, and she doesn't disappoint you when she gets back out here. You love her body, you love her depth, you love her capacity. Squareness and straightness of lines, completeness and balance pretty much describes her. That's an awfully, awfully good one. Heifer that comes in next, again, really a nice female and represents this division quite nicely. Like her body, like her depth, like her capacity, again, square and true and correct out through her hip. Maybe not the overall transition from the forerib back to her flank as some of the other ones have out here, but really, really a good, sound individual that's certainly going to be awfully productive. Then we end up with a really powerhouse female back here in terms of her body and her spring to her rib. The transition she makes from her forerib back through her flank, I think, is phenomenal for me today. She, too, could probably be just a little cleaner about her front end than some of the ones that we've seen out here today, but that's nitpicking on an awfully good one. Young lady, if you'll lead that one right out here, you'll win this division. Congratulations.
In your Division III Limflex Champion female comes out of Class 57, entry 241, Ratliff Gossip, owned by Macy Ratliff, Westphalia, Kansas.
Really a nice entry that followed her in that class, and again, we talked that class as being so deep and so competitive, and I truly believe that. This is an awfully good female as well. Again, as we've talked today, just from a good cattle standpoint, that's good cattle right there. She's complete, she's balanced, she has a nice look and an eye appeal to her. For me, it's kind of hard to get around this young man right here. You'll be reserved. Congratulations.
And your Division III Limflex Reserve Champion comes out of Class 55, Entry 219, RWR MS Excessive Style, shown by Wesley Wages of Center, Texas.
Young man that was second in that class that the reserve came out of. Again, we talked that class as being two really competitive, high-ended kind of a females. And again, as we talked today, when he gets her out here and gets her stopped, I still think that she's awfully competitive. It's hard for me to keep them two separate. I'm going to use her for your third best. Congratulations.
And your third overall Division III Limflex Reserve Champion also comes out of Class 55, Entry 220, LFL Glitter Bomb, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Next in, we have class number 58. Class number 58 is April females from April 12th, born from April 12th to April 28th. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Now entering the ring, we have Class 58. Once again, these females have birthdays from April 12th to April 28th. First in, we have entry 242, ELCX Gemma. Next, we have entry 243, EWLK Deborah Dawn. Then entry 244, Royal Gabby Girl. Entry 245, SHSK Gucci. Entry 246, ROMN Good Golly. Entry 277, NCC Giselle. Entry 248, LMCC Scotch Cap. Entry 249 is a scratch. Once again, this is class 58, Limflex females born April 12th through April 28th.
Okay, this is Class 58, Division 4 Limflex show. The first heifer, entry 242. This is an Edwards Land and Cattle bred female, shown by Jake Osborne, Unionville, Tennessee. She's sired by ELCX Caesar out of a ELCX cow on the bottom side. 243, that's EWLK Deborah Dawn. That's Eliza Truel of Sperry, Oklahoma, showing a RLBH Air Force One daughter. 244 is Royal Gabby Girl, Lana Titter of Paradise, Texas, showing a Crown Royal out of a Stowers Cover Girl. 245, this is Logan Chatchery of Dayton, Texas, showing a Shelby Skinner bred female, sired by Air Force One out of Deborah Dawn. We have 246, Cole Sullivan of Groveton, Texas, showing a Bush's Style, which is an Angus bull, out of a Roman cow. 247 is Clayton Shoey of Cassville, Missouri, showing SHSK 703. And then there's 248 is LMCC Scotch Cap. That's Liam Stewart of Mechanicsburg, Illinois, showing a Mags Aviator out of EXLR Scotch Cap 191S. Good lineup here. Donnie Robertson is just now putting the places. This is Class 58 if you're following along in your program.
Class of May heifers, and again, some differences in kind and design within this class, and there's one for every one and one of every type, I guess. But I think the heifer that wins the class, I'll certainly tell you that I think she's probably got too much condition on her for today, but I think she's just too good in terms of her body depth and her capacity and her mass, I think, to place any lower within this class. Beautiful in terms of the spring she has to her rib, massive in terms of her middle. Again, she transitions from forerib back to her flank quite nicely. Yeah, we'd like to clean her up through that brisket. A little bit of that's fat in my opinion, and she's starting to pone up a little bit from behind. We'd like to change that about her, but I think there's a good heifer in there. We just like to lean her up just a little bitty bit. Gets a little closer, I think, in second and third, and for me, structural soundness and integrity brings this heifer up to second. I like this heifer a lot. Again, when we talk body and depth and capacity, the white belly heifer certainly has it. She's a female that's smoothly made about her shoulder. She gets around the ring relatively free and easy, and I like that about her. Really a nice kind of a female. Like the heifer that's coming in third. Again, a female that you like the way she's made up through that front end. I like to have her front end on the class winner, but again, you like that about her. A female that's long and smooth and correct down through her hip. She's a female that doesn't handle her hind leg quite nicely enough in comparisons with the class winners above her, and we like to just see her maybe with a little bit more depth, particularly back through that lower 1/3. Heifer that's coming in next, again, a bigger frame, stouter female, but again, one that's awfully good. A female that's got some body and some depth and capacity. Needs to track out, needs to move out better today for me in comparisons with these class winners. We'd like to just change that about her if we could just a little bit. Just give her some overall more power as well. Rougher made female coming in next. We'd like to change her, how she's made from her hooks to pins and back out through her hip and back down through her hind leg. You love her body, you love her depth, you love her substance. She gets a little rougher about her front end in comparisons with the ones above her. Then we end up with two females, again, as we've talked today, as we get down towards the bottom of these classes, maybe heifers that just don't have the body, the volume, the spring to the rib, the substance, maybe not the structural soundness and integrity that we're looking for today to be more competitive. But again, a really, really nice class, great set of young people. Show them a nice round of applause, please.
And your results for Class 58. First place goes to entry 243, EWLK Deborah Dawn, shown by Eliza Truel from Sperry, Oklahoma. Second place goes to entry 242, ELCX Gemma, shown by Jake Osborne of Unionville, Tennessee. Third place goes to entry 246, ROMH Good Golly, shown by Cole Sullivan of Groveton, Texas. Fourth place, entry 247, NCC Giselle, shown by Clayton Shoey of Cassville, Missouri. Fifth place, entry 244, Royal Gabby Girl, shown by Lana Titter of Paradise, Texas. Sixth place, entry 248, LMCC Scotch Cap, shown by Liam Stewart of Mechanicsburg, Illinois. And seventh place, entry 245, SHSK Gucci, shown by Logan Sashery of Dayton, Texas. If you're following in the program, the order was 2, 1, 5, 7, 3, 4, 6, and a scratch. Now entering the ring is Class 59. We have more April females. These are born April 1st through April 10th. Entry 251, PBRS-GG. Entry 252, TASF Whiskey. Entry 253, JSZC, TSCC Larissa. Entry 255, TASF Elsa. Entry 256, HUBB GG. Entry 257, Ratliff Getchesum. Entry 259, WFL Giggles. Entry 263, WWST Gaga. And entry 264, CB Glee. Once again, this is Class 59, Limflex females born April 1st through April 10th.
Okay, we have in class on the Limousin Limflex show, class 59. I'll just talk about some of the pedigrees and the exhibitors. 251 is a young girl here showing a P-Bar S bred heifer, Kendall Spriggs of Afton, Oklahoma, with a Mags Cable daughter out of a Rachel Booth cow. 252 is Thomas & Son Whiskey 312G. That is a Klassen daughter out of Thomas & Son Whiskey Lullaby, shown by Ronnie Miller, Mount Jackson, Virginia. 253 is Larissa 49G, Bailey Thompson of Westport, Indiana, showing a Severa style out of Riverstone Charms. This would be a first-time exhibitor on the Limousin side. 255 is Thomas & Son Elsa, which is John Crawford, Big Pool, Maryland, with a Crown Royal daughter out of a Pleasant Valley Angus cow. 256 is Katie Thompson of Winfield, Kansas, showing a Hubbard open heifer, sired by Excessive Force. 257 is Ratliff's 909G. This is Kessler Collins, Flanagan, Illinois. This would be a first-time exhibitor as well, showing a Severa style out of Riverstone Charmed. 259 is WFL Giggles, Kyle Linhart, Leon, Iowa, showing a Primo daughter out of Riverstone Charmed. 263 is Cora Burns, Macy, Indiana, showing a Severa style. And 264 is Sam Callahan of Centerview, Missouri, showing a Tub Mill Creek Dumas Walker. Make note in this class, kind of ironic, there's 3 daughters of Riverstone Charmed, 253, 257, and 259. Just a side note. One of the most winningest show females in our breed, and here she is raising these good show cattle, so that's kind of a unique setting in this class 59. Judge so far has 253 being placed first and 257 second and 259 third. Those are the 3, all have the same mother, Riverstone Charmed.
Well, what an exceptional class, and give these exhibitors a nice round of applause for this class. I don't know what it looks like standing up there, but if you're not impressed with the quality that we have out here in this particular class, then you woke up on the wrong side of the bed, because regardless if you agree with my placings or not, these are extremely good females all the way through. We're 4, 5, 6 deep in terms of just high quality individuals, but it's my job to line them up today and then try to explain to you the way that I see them. I see a lot of similarities in the two females, and both these heifers are exceptional in their own right. The heifer that wins the class, just quality all the way through. Completeness, balance, symmetry. You get behind her, you're not disappointed in the amount of thickness that she has. A female that is nice enough up through her front end, through that head, neck, and shoulder region. Travels extremely well on a good set of feet and legs. And where I like her a little better, slightly better than the heifer that's in second, is back through her hip. I think she's a little square about her hip. I think her tail head lays into her just a little bit nicer. But again, there's a good one right there in front of you folks, and I have no idea what she is, but she's special. Along with the heifer that's in second. Here's a special made one in terms of her body and her depth and her capacity. Again, very sound, very true, very free moving female. Tons of volume, tons of rib shape, tons of body. Again, you like her in terms of how she transitions back from her forerib back to her flank. Again, as we mentioned earlier, if I could change her just a little bit, I'd like to see her made just a little neater out of her tail head and back through that hook and pins area. But again, two really power-packed individuals, as is the third place heifer. And here's kind of a carbon copy in terms of body and volume and rib shape in this third place heifer. Again, you love the way that she's made from a rib shape standpoint, and again, a little shorter about herself when we compare her with the two heifers that are above her. She gets a little shorter rib, maybe a little shorter about her rump, but again, a very sound, fluid individual, kind of a female that is a good one. If you had that one at home, you certainly would believe you had something very special. Third place heifer, again, you love her body, you love her depth, you love her spring that she has to her rib, you love her structural integrity that she has. She may be, from the side, the deepest sided one to look at within this class. She gets a little waisty about her front end. She gets a little deeper about her chest for me today to place her any higher. But here's an awfully good one that's got cow potential written all over. That's the front pasture kind. That's the one you want to look at when you're headed to church on Sunday morning. Really a good kind of a female. Good heifer coming in next. Again, you love her length. You love her length of side and length down through her hip. You'd like to see her maybe a little bit deeper in her forerib and back through her flank in comparisons with some of these class winners, but a good female. Young lady's heifer coming next, a little larger about her frame size, but that's not why she's down there. Again, a female that from a body standpoint you like, from a completeness standpoint you like. She doesn't have the overall look and pizzazz maybe as some of the heifers that are in front of her. We'd like to change that just a little bit about her if we would. The heifer coming in next, again, gets a little rougher about her makeup, maybe not the overall completeness and balance and symmetry, eye appeal, if you will, that you see in some of the heifers that lead out in front of her. But again, there's an awfully good female. Heifer coming in next, and the two heifers that remain, we get into some structure issues just a little bit. We'd like to rock both of them back in terms of their shoulder. We'd like to lengthen them out in terms of their stride. But again, this is a power pack class, maybe one of the deepest classes that we've had to sort through today. My congratulations to these exhibitors on an exceptional class.
And the results for Class 59. First place goes to entry 253, TSSC Larissa, shown by Bailey Thompson of Westport, Indiana. Second place, entry 257, Ratliff Gitchesum, shown by Kessler Collins of Flanagan, Illinois. Third place, entry 259, WFL Giggles, by Kyle Lenhart of Leon, Iowa. Fourth place, entry 255, TASF Elsa, shown by John Crawford of Big Pool, Maryland. Fifth place, entry 263, WWST Gaga, shown by Cora Burns of Macy, Indiana. Sixth place, 251, PBRS Gigi, shown by Kendall Spriggs of Afton, Oklahoma. Seventh place, entry 252, TASF Whiskey, shown by Ronnie Miller of Mount Jackson, Virginia. Eighth place, entry 256, HUBB Gigi, shown by Katie Thompson of Winfield, Kansas. In ninth place, entry 264, CB Glee, shown by Sam Callahan of Centerview, Missouri. Following along in the program, the order was 6, 7, 1, 4, 8, 2, 3, 5, 9. Now entering the ring, we have Class 60. This is Limflex females born March 2nd through 26th. Entry 266, TASF Godiva. Entry 268, Howell, Miss B-Rat. Entry 269, ELCX, Gone Shoppin'. Entry 270, SCAS, Gossip. Entry 272, LH, Gabby. Entry 277, Shilling, Grace. Entry 278, Ratliff, Google. Entry 279, WYTP, Willow. And entry 281, Auto, Gracious. Once again, these are Limflex females born March 2nd through 26th.
Okay, we're now showing class number 60. This is a Division 4 Limflex heifers. The first heifer there is 266, Thomas & Sons Godiva. Carly Payne of Boonesboro, Maryland, showing this Linhart Dauntless bull, or heifer. 268 is Barrett Howe of Lyons, Texas, showing an alter ego out of a P-Bar S cow. 269, this is the top-selling female of the entire breed last year. She's ELCX Gone Shopping of Kinnick Polson, Preston, Iowa, showing EXR Clausen out of the national champion ELCX Twilight, owned by Weiss and Edwards in North Carolina. 270 is SCAS Gossip, Cole Sullivan in Groveton, Texas, showing a Schilling's Yanis daughter. 272 is LH Gabby, Lana Sherry of Yukon, Oklahoma, showing a Mags Aviator daughter. 277 is Schilling's Grace, Taylor Post, Miami, Oklahoma, with a Schilling R&L Confidential, very popular Angus bull. 278, of course, is Brady Edge, West Branch, Iowa, showing Ratliff Google, which is a Severa style out of Riverstone Charmed. 279 is Willow G423, Wyatt Perry, Sarcoxy, Missouri, showing a Mags WLR Usual Suspect out of a Pinniger Chicago cow. And 281 is Liliana Portwood, Versailles, Kentucky, showing a Primo out of Auto Forever 219X, Auto Gracious 226G. Donnie Robinson will make this place this class, and then we'll have a Division 4. Very, very competitive division this is, right in the middle of this show.
Another good class of females and some differences in kind and design. And again, as I've said today, if you like a few of these better to win the class, that's okay. For me, we've talked about just quality of cattle and in terms of completeness and balance and just the good kind. And I think the heifer that wins the class represents those traits quite nicely. Again, really nice and smooth about her shoulder, really deep in terms of her internal dimension that she has, square and true and correct out her hip. Very sound and true in terms of the way that she goes, and I think that's where she looks her best, is out on the move. Really a power female that comes in second, and one that you really, from a side view profile, have to like in terms of her body and her silhouette and her design. A female, again, that you just love the body, the mass, the power that she has. A female that's sound and true and gets around the ring. She, too, is nicely presented up through her front end. Maybe not the overall length of front end as the heifer that wins the class. And to be quite honest with you, for me today, and you hate to get on this kind of a kick, but she's awfully big for me standing out here in this particular class. But I do like her. There's a lot of quality and a lot of good in that female, and one that certainly on down the road could sure use some FSH in a donor barn somewhere. Really a good female that's coming in third. Again, a female that you like in terms of her body and her depth and her rib shape. She, too, is one that's complete and very well balanced, long down through her spine, good out through her hip. Again, maybe a little waisty about her front end in comparisons with some of the ones that are up above her, but a good female. Heifer coming in next is somewhat similar to her in type and kind. Again, a female that's got a lot of good about her in terms of the way that she gets around and travels around the ring. Again, like her body, like her depth, like the way that she transitions from her forerib back to her flank. She, too, is a little deeper about her chest in comparison with some of the other ones, but a good kind of a female. The young man's heifer coming next, again, a good female, long down through her spine, good and square and true and correct out her hip. Nice about her shoulder placement, needs to be a little deeper, have a little bit more boldness about her spring to her rib for me today. Young man's heifer out here, not really wanting to show very well for him today, but he's got her stuck very good right now. Good female, again, you like her in terms of the way that she's made up through her front end. She's square and true and correct out her hip. She could have a little bit more heart and back through that flank. We'd like to just deepen that down just a little bit as we look at her from the side, but a good female. End up again with two females towards the bottom end of this class that are good females, and certainly heifers that are deserving to be in West Monroe today. Just maybe not the overall structural integrity, maybe not the depth of rib, maybe not the cleanliness, the completeness and balance as some of the front runners have, but a good class. Really a nice female to win the class, and the heifer that's standing second, I think, has just got a world of future to her. Show your appreciation of this group with a nice round of applause, if you don't mind.
And your results for Class 60. First place goes to entry 278, Ratliff Google, shown by Brady Edge of West Branch, Iowa. Second place goes to entry 269, ELCX Gone Shoppin', shown by Kenneth Paulson of Preston, Iowa. Third place goes to entry 272, LH Gabby, shown by Lana Sherry of Yukon, Oklahoma. Fourth place goes to entry 266, TASF Godiva, shown by Carly Payne of Boonesboro, Maryland. Fifth place, entry 268, How Miss B-Rat, shown by Barrett Howell of Lyons, Texas. Sixth place goes to entry 270, SCAS Gossip, shown by Cole Sullivan of Groveton, Texas. Seventh place goes to entry 281, Auto Gracious, shown by Liliana Portwood of Versailles, Kentucky. And eighth place, entry 277, Shillings Grace, shown by Taylor Post of Miami, Oklahoma. If you're following along in the program, the order was 452. Turn to page 6381. Entry 279 was a scratch, and then 7. Now entering the ring, we have our class champions to select the Division 4 Limflex champion and reserve champion, and third overall. Our Division 4 Limflex champion is sponsored by Super C Limousin, and the Division 4 reserve champion is sponsored by Troy and Jennifer Richardson. From class 58, first place was entry 243, EWLK Deborah Dawn. From class 59, entry 253, TSSC Larissa. From class 60, we have entry 278, Ratliff Google. Our second place that have entered the ring from 242 is ELCX Gemma. From class 59, second place was 257, Ratliff Getcha Some. And from class 60, entry 269, ELCX Con Shopping. Once again, this is your Division 4 Limflex champion and reserve and third overall selection.
Well, folks, if you would, sitting and standing around ringside, join me in congratulating this awfully good set of cattle. A wonderful group of young people. They've worked hard. This is about them. This certainly isn't about me, and I hope that regardless if you agree or disagree with some of my placings, that you show your respect to these young people because they've worked hard. It's been an outstanding division, and probably as we've worked through the cattle today, this has been one of the more, I don't want to necessarily say challenging divisions, but it's certainly been one that where the quality has been extremely good in a lot of different places that you could go. It's my opinion today, and these are the ones that we've got out here. The heifer that wins the first class, again, we talked her in that class as being the most combination female in terms of fault freeness, sound, structurally correct female, enough body, enough rib shape, maybe a little too much condition for me today, and that's going to hurt her out here in this particular lineup. But young lady, you've got a really nice female that's going to make a tremendous cow. Really a powerhouse female comes out of that second class, and here's one just from a silhouette. You've got to like this one. Completeness, balance, overall kind. Again, as we talk today and back home when we're sorting cattle, we just go out and try to find the good ones, and this is a good one, and one that certainly I think has a tremendous future ahead of her. Good female, again, that came out of an awfully tough class back here in standing in the third hoe. Again, really a nice female, won a very competitive class. Did so in terms of her completeness and balance. She's fault-free in her structure. She's good enough in terms of her body depth, square enough in terms of her hip. So there's a good one as well, along with the reserves that we have, the second place one vying for the reserve and your third overall. Really a nice class of females. Young lady in the middle, if you'll lead right out here, you'll win this division. Congratulations.
And your Division 4 Limflex champion female comes out of class 59, entry 253, TSSC Larissa, shown by Bailey Thompson of Westport, Indiana.
We bring the second place heifer within this class, and again, we talked that class as probably one of the tougher classes maybe that we had, because the quality from front to back was extremely good. Again, we talked this heifer in class in terms of loving her body and her depth and her spring that she has to her ribs. She's good and complete up through her front end. Again, we talked to her for structural integrity was solid. Again, if we were to change her, maybe just see her made a little stouter in terms of how she's made back through that tail head and through that hip. She's way too good to leave standing out here. She's going to be your reserve. Congratulations, young man.
And your Division 4 reserve champion comes out of class 59, entry 257, Ratliff Getcha Some, shown by Kessler Collins of Flanagan, Illinois.
So again, not to make this over dramatic, again, two females out here for your third overall, and I think this is great that you allow these young people to win as much as they can. You've got two different contrasting females. For me, the third best one is this young man here. Congratulations.
Your third overall goes to entry 278, Ratliff Google, shown by Brady Edge of West Branch, Iowa. Now entering the ring, we have class 61. These are February females, born February 22nd through February 28th. First in, we have entry 282, LS Glass Slipper. Next, we have entry 283, TBG Goodness. Entry 284, TASF Glisten. Entry 286, CELL Janae. Entry 287, CELL 9273G. Entry 288, CELL 9226G. Once again, this is class 61, Limflex females born February 22nd through 28th. They are not quite ready, but I will tell you that lunch will be served later this afternoon. There's going to be hamburgers available for lunch later that will be served. Compliments of Jared Sellers and Louisiana Land Bank again. They are not quite ready, but we will be having lunch later.
As we get into the February class, and if you'll go ahead and lead her right down the middle, young lady, and I think an obvious place to start in terms of just structural integrity, and I think she's probably the one that puts it the best together in terms of soundness and structure and feet and legs within this class, and still yet provides some quality and some kind. Really like her symmetry, her straightness of lines, again, about one that's certainly adequate in terms of her depth of rib and total body. A female that's nicely balanced up through her front end, and one, again, that I think gets around the ring as well as any within this class. Good heifer in second, and I toyed with having her win the class, and she's an awfully good one. Again, I like her body. I like the spring and the curvature she has to her rib shape. She's long out her spine, square and true, and correct out her hip, and she, too, It's nice enough balanced up through her front 1/3. I'd like to give her just a shot of lower flank if I could today in comparisons with the class winner, but again, I think one that gets around the ring relatively easy. Really like the lot of the heifer that's coming in third, and to be honest with you, standing still, she wins the class. Here's one that shows you body and depth and just the right kind of cattle. Again, like her front end and the balance that she has. She's a little straight about her shoulder. I'd like to rock her back in that area if I could. It restricts her as she goes and gets out and travels. She wants to travel fairly wide as she gets out and moves, but again, really a good female. Young lady's doing an excellent job with this big old stout heifer here, and here's one that has a lot of power and substance and mass. Again, body depth and capacity, straightness of line, squareness of hip. She too has the same problem and same issues as the heifer. Then third, in terms of mobility, we'd like to just see some more slope to her shoulder. It restricts her just as she goes today. White-bellied heifer one, again, is one very long, very extended in terms of the way that she's made out through her length. We'd like to clean her up down low. We'd like to give her more body, more depth, more capacity. Rougher made kind of a female ends up your class, but again, a female that's certainly deserving to be in West Monroe today. Like a lot of things about her, just in terms of the curvature that she has in her rib shape. If you've listened to me today, I'm kind of a stickler on those hips, and she needs a little help from her tail head and back through that hip area. We'd like to change that about her, but nonetheless, good class female. Show them a nice round of applause, please, as they all leave the arena.
And your results for Class 61. First place goes to entry 288, cell 9226G, Grace Lemonager from Fairbury, Illinois. Second place goes to entry 283, TBG Goodness, shown by Garrett Walden of Tonganoxie, Kansas. Third place goes to entry 286, cell Janae, shown by Lindsay Galota from Independence, Louisiana. Fourth place goes to entry 284, TASF Glisten, shown by Carlin Sturgeon from Rocky, Oklahoma. Fifth place, entry 287, cell 9273G, shown by Carly Favor of Marshfield, Missouri. Sixth place goes to entry 282, LS Glass Slipper, shown by Brady Williams of Arp, Texas. If you're following in the program, the order was 62435. Turn the page 1. Our next class, entry class number 62, we have females born February 3rd through February 17th. Entry 291, SCAS Gwen. Entry 292, Cell 9287G. Entry 296, Gypsy Eve. Entry 297, Ratliff Gigi. Entry 299, KVLN 9222G. And entry 300, CHAC Lovely Grace. Once again, this is class 62, females born February 3rd through February 17th.
Okay, now we're showing class number 62. This is a Division 5 Limflex. 291 is the first heifer, Darian Rupert, Witt, Illinois. Showing a SCAS Gwyn, so a Colbin Primo out of a Schillings cow. Corbin Brockhouse, Holden, Missouri, is showing 292 with a Linhart female, sired by Tub Mill Creek Hydraulic out of one of Linhart's best donor cows, Mags Walkin, which is a Red Robin daughter. 296 is Travis Williams, Arp, Texas, showing a Lawrence Family Deluxe Edition. 297 is Olivia Grace Caldwell, Elmwood, Illinois, showing a Severa Style out of Riverstone Charmed. 299, Kevin Linhart raised this heifer, a Mags Aviator out of Mags Walkin. And 300 is Logan Chachery of Dayton, Texas, showing his red heifer, red double-polled Limflex 50% heifer. Judge has already pulled the first place out, which is 297, Ratliff Gigi, Severa Style out of Riverstone Charmed. The champion and reserve in the last division were Riverstone Charmed as well.
Good class of February heifers, and again, I think a female that surfaces to the top relatively easy in my opinion. Here's one that has that stoutness and boldness of rib shape that certainly suits my eye today. Really like her in terms of the way she's made up through her front end, really deep in terms of her dimension that she shows you, thick-ended enough certainly, and one that gets around and travels extremely well. Really a nice female to win this class. Young lady's heifer coming in next is really a nice female, and she told me that heifer's name was Gwen, I believe. She didn't really know why she named it Gwen, but she named it Gwen, and she's really happy with it, and she loves Gwen, and so do I, because she's really a nice female, so congratulations to you. But here's one that certainly hit a buzzsaw within this class, but is awfully good. A lot of quality here in terms of the amount of body and substance and rib shape that she has. She shows you a nice, exquisite look up through her front end, one that gets around and travels very well. So congratulations to you, young lady. You did a very nice job. Young man's heifer coming in next. Again, when you talk about overall body and substance and mass, she obviously, for me, falls next in line because she's got the most of it. Here's one that is nicely made and balanced in terms of her symmetry, good up through her neck and shoulder. Again, we'd like to square up just a little bit from her hooks to pins, but an awfully good female as she leads out. Young man in the cowboy hat, really a good female as well, and one that's got some body and some depth and some straightness about her lines. She gets a little jacked up about her tail head. We'd like to change that whole region about her if we could. She gets a little waisty down through that navel region, but a good female. Red heifer coming in next, I think, is the most quality of the remaining two that's out there. Again, in terms of body and depth and spring about her rib. She's a little bolder maybe about her shoulder than to be ideal, but again, I think an awfully nice female. Doing an awfully good job showing that heifer. That's a good one. Heifer coming in next, again, just doesn't have the overall pizzazz, the look, the eye appeal, only in comparisons with the ones that she's competing with out here today. We'd like to straighten her out from her hooks to pins. We'd like to see her maybe traveling on just a little better set of feet and legs with some more bone. But a good class of females, particularly on the front end. Show your appreciation with a nice round of applause, if you don't mind. Good job, buddy.
And your results for Class 62. First place goes to entry 297, Ratliff Gigi, shown by Olivia Caldwell of Elmwood, Illinois. Second place, entry 291, SCAS Gwyn, shown by Darian Rupert of Witt, Illinois. Third place, entry 299, KVLN 922G, shown by Kevin Linhart of Leon, Iowa. Fourth place, entry 292, Cell 9287G, shown by Corbin Brockis from Holden, Missouri. Fifth place, entry 300, CHAC Lovely Grace, shown by Logan Sashery of Dayton, Texas. Sixth place, entry 296, Gypsy Eve, shown by Travis Williams of Arp, Texas. In your program, the order went 2, 4, 6, 1, 3, 5. Now entering the ring, we have Class 63. Class 63 has Limflex females born January 5th through January 27th. First in, entry 303, WB Greta. Next, entry 304, Cell 923OG. Entry 305, KPND Gracie. Entry 307, JSZCRF Larissa. Entry 308, Ratliff Gabby. Entry 309, AUPH Glitter. Entry 310, SSTO Glamour. And entry 311, Auto Crowning Day. Once again, this is Class 63, heifers born January 5th through January 27th.
This is Class 63, Division 5 Limflex. Appreciate everybody paying attention online. Well over 100 people. Here's 303, WB Greta, Chasey Davis of Miami, Oklahoma. 304 is Levi Meadows, Abingdon, Illinois, showing a Linhart-bred heifer, sired by Musgrave Headway. That's his Angus sire that he used back on Mag's Wassail, popular mating for the Linharts. That's what this 304 heifer is. 305 is Gracie 1919G, which is Bryce Hudson of Texas, showing Otto Kings James' daughter. 307, Lizzie Schaefer, which is a new junior here from Illinois, first time showing, Silvera style out of Riverstone Charmed. 308 is Ratliff Gabby, McKenna Richardson of Eureka, Kansas, another style out of Charmed. 309, Austin Hunt of Fronia, Missouri, 4-H Limousine, showing a CJSL data bank. 310 is Brandon Frazier of Decatur, Texas, showing a Stowers bred female, sired by Mag Xyloid. And 311, Auto Crowning Day, Riley Morris, Walnut Grove, Missouri, showing a Riverstone Crown Royal out of Otto Casper. The judges selected first place, as of right now, the Ratliff Gabby female, entry 308, which is a style out of Charmed. We'll let the placings continue and be back with you.
Well, I hope you would agree that the quality certainly hasn't disappointed any of us here today. And as we've got into these older classes and divisions, it's just pretty special what you produced. And again, we're out here today just trying to find the most fault-free, the most good in their kind. And there's a lot of them in this particular class that represent those comments quite well. However, that wins this class, I think, is, again, as we've talked today and somewhat sounded redundant, is the most complete, the most balanced, the most fault-free in her kind. From her structure to the way that she's made through the middle portion of her body, she's square and true and correct out through her hip. She's tidy enough and nicely enough made up through her front end. And I think one that just balances up quite nicely, just gives you the total package. And so congratulations to you, young lady. Heifer that comes in second is really a powerhouse. And again, both of these females certainly have enough muscle, I guess, and for me. And as this heifer gets out in front of you, you certainly have to like a lot of things about her. Squareness of hip, straightness of lines, again, good enough up through her head, neck, and shoulder region. Maybe if we were to change her only in comparisons with this heifer that wins the class, maybe like to see just a little bit more lower 1/3, give her just a little bit more flank behind, maybe extend her reach just a little bitty bit as she gets out and travels. She's very sound and true about she moves. She just doesn't reach quite as well as the heifer that wins the class, in my opinion. But again, really a nice female. Power-packed heifer that comes in third, and you might like this one. If you do, I'm not going to argue much with you. But again, a female that shows you a tremendous amount of body and spring of rib and just stoutness in terms of the way that she's made. Good down her top and square out through her hip. Maybe a little deeper about her chest in comparisons with two of the class winners. And we'd like to change the way that she comes out of her front 2 feet if we could. She wants to wing out just a little bitty bit, and I don't think it's anything that's detrimental, but it is there in my opinion. And so unfortunately, that's kind of, we've tried to put our emphasis on a lot of that today, and that's where it goes with this heifer. Really a good female that's going to make a tremendous cow. Good heifer coming in fourth, and again, you love her length of body, you love her length of hip. Again, if we were to change her, we'd like to just see her deeper bodied in terms of the way she transitions from forerib back to her flank. Heifer coming in next is, again, a very stout, maternal-looking female, a little rougher about her kind maybe when she gets in competition with the rest of these heifers. Maybe not the overall balance and completeness that we see, but nonetheless a good female. The next three heifers in line, again, are just a little bit rougher about the way that they're made, maybe not just really show-ready, if you will, in comparisons with some of the ones that stood ahead of them, but good females in their own right, females that have a potential to go on and make good, productive cows for these young men and women. Very happy with the quality that we have. The white-bellied heifer, again, gets a little rougher about her tail head, rougher about her hip maybe than ideal, but a good female. Good class of heifers all the way through. Show them your appreciation with a nice round of applause, if you will.
And your results for Class 63. First place goes to entry 308, Ratliff Gabby, shown by McKenna Richardson of Eureka, Kansas. Second place, entry 307, JSZC RF Larissa, shown by Lizzie Schaefer of Owanica, Illinois. Third place goes to entry 311, Auto Crowning Day, shown by Riley Morris of Walnut Grove, Missouri. Fourth place, entry 310, SSTO Glamour, shown by Brandon Frazier of Decatur, Texas. Fifth place goes to entry 305, KPND Gracie, shown by Bryce Hudson of Idalou, Texas. Sixth place goes to entry 309, AUPH Glitter, shown by Austin Hunt of Frona, Missouri. Seventh place goes to entry 303, WB Greta, shown by Chasey Davis of Miami, Oklahoma. And eighth place, entry 304, CELL 9230G, shown by Levi Meadows of Abingdon, Illinois. If you're following along in your program, the order was 7, 8, 5, 2, 1. Turn the page, 6, 4, 3. Now entering the ring, we have our Division 5 Limflex champion, reserve champion, and third overall selection. Our Division 5 Limflex champion is sponsored by Shanna Holloway, and Division 5 Limflex reserve champion is sponsored by Little Mackinac Cattle Company. Coming back in to run for division champion, we have From Class 61, entry 288, CELL 9226G. From Class 62, we have entry 297, Ratliff Gigi. From Class 63, we have entry 308, Ratliff Gabby. And our second place class winners, from Class 61, we have entry 283, TBG Goddess. From Class 62, we have 291, SCAS Gwen. And from Class 63, we have entry 307, RF Larissa. Once again, this is for your Division 5 Limflex champion, reserve champion, and third overall. Also, I would like to mention that it looks like lunch is ready. When you're ready to go grab a hamburger, Jared Sellers and the Louisiana Land Bank have sponsored our lunch today.
Well, if you don't mind, put your hands together. If you put your hamburgers down for just a second and show them a nice round of applause on a really, really outstanding set of females. And as I've talked all day, a great group of young people that has shown me a lot of respect, and I appreciate that. You appreciate that as a judge out here, and it gets kind of lonely, and it's kind of nice to be able to kind of cut up and kid a little bit with these young people, and they've showed that to me today. So real briefly, three really, excuse me, impressive individuals out here, and again, the heifer that wins the first class, beautifully made, beautifully designed, nice female in terms of her front end, boldness of her rib shape, again, square and true and correct out her hip, very sound as she gets out and travels, in one that represents herself quite nicely out here in this division. Young lady's heifer in the second hole, again, we talked to her in that class, maybe not the toughest class that we had today, but one that certainly she excelled in terms of just the amount of body and rib shape and mass and just completeness and muscling that she shows you. Very sound, very true, very easy on the eyes, if you will, and one that certainly stands out in this particular lineup extremely well, as does the heifer that's right behind her. And again, here's one that you really have to like in terms of her body depth and her mass and the true spring of rib that she has. Just really, really a good female in terms of the way she's made through her front end, how she's made out through that hip, and again, compliment all these three heifers in the way that they handle themselves around the ring. It's not an easy decision all the time when you're standing out here. It can get kind of a lonely place at times, but you have to go with your gut. And for me, the heifer that hits me the hardest within this lineup is this young lady in the middle. You'll be champion. Congratulations.
And your Division 5 Limflex champion comes out of Class 62, entry 297, Ratliff Gigi, shown by Olivia Caldwell of Elmwood, Illinois.
As this young lady gets Gwen planted here, again, another nice female, and I complimented her in class as she's just really having a lot of fun. And, you know, to be honest with you, that's what this is about. These young people enjoying themselves here and having a good time and working on a project that teaches them a lot. And we can get into that later, and we talk about that all the time. But here's a good heifer in terms of her body and her depth and her completeness, and really when you analyze her, there's not a whole lot wrong with this one. As we've talked today, we just try to go out and find the good cattle, and here's one that is really, really good. For me, the one that hits me the hardest to be reserve is this young lady back here. You'll be reserve champion in this division. Congratulations.
And your Division 5 Limflex Reserve Champion comes out of Class 63, entry 308, Ratliff Gabby, shown by McKenna Richardson of Eureka, Kansas.
Heifer that moves in for third place. Again, three heifers out here that all definitely worthy vying for this third place honor. again, that class that she was in, there was 3 heifers in there that were powerhouses and structural soundness. Sorted the 3, I thought, relatively easy. But again, a very deep-bodied, bold-sprung female, one that has a lot of quality. If you'll go ahead and quit fighting her and leading her out here, you'll be 3rd best. Congratulations.
3rd overall comes out of Class 63, entry 307, JSZCRF Larissa, shown by Lizzie Schaefer, Owanica, Illinois. Now entering the ring, we will have Class 64. Class 64 has females born November 12th through November 29th. First in, entry 314, SEEE Fergie. Next in, entry 315, CFLX Lovely Lucy. Then we have entry 316, LANS Feeling Whitney. Entry 317, Auto Philly. Entry 318, Auto Flicka. Entry 319, ELCX for the win. And entry 320, BMFK Fancy Nancy. Once again, these are Limflex females born November 12th through November 29th, Class 64.
It's Class 64. They just selected Division 5 champion, and that was entry 297. That was a style out of Charmed, and the reserve in that division was also a style out of Charmed. Make note in the Division 2, that was a Riverstone Charms as well. Here's Class 64. Entry 314 is Drake Wood of Lee Summit, Missouri. A Primo out of Mags Auka. 315 is a council-bred female sired by Air Force One, shown by Benjamin Knowlton, Deer Park, Texas. 316 is a Thomas & Son Crown Royal out of an Auto Cow, shown by Lana Sherry, Yukon, Oklahoma, Dan and Nancy's Wedman's granddaughter. 317 is Auto Philly, Wiley Fanta, Starbuck, Minnesota. Of course, Casey and his wife's son, Wiley, showing a Creed daughter out of a Diamond Hill cow. 318 is Auto Flicka, Lydia Hunt, 4-H Limousine Fronia, Missouri, with her Creed daughter out of Otto Cali, a female that won a couple years ago. 319 is ELCX for the win. Sydney Sanders, Leesburg, Ohio, showing a King's Landing out of a Stowers cow. This female is bred in the Edwards Landing Cattle Program. 320 is Fancy Nancy, Addison McCarley, Girard, Kansas, showing a Primo daughter. That's your lineup for this Class 64 going into Division 6.
Well, really a good class as we get into these senior yearlings, and again, some differences in kind and design, if you will, and if you like the second or third place heifer better than the one I'm starting with, again, that's okay, because these are really high quality, and just as we've spoken today, just good cattle. The heifer that wins the class, she's just got maternal look to me all over her. She's a female that just certainly is one that, in my opinion, is highly productive. Tremendous amount of spring about her rib, tremendous amount of body and substance and mass. Again, nicely made up through her front end. She gets a little waistier about her chest maybe than ideal, but again, as we get transitioned into these senior yearlings, you're going to see a little bit of that. I'd like to clean her up back through her hind end, back there from behind her hooks. She's poning up a little bit, and again, it's tough to take these senior yearlings all the way through, and I understand that. But here's one from a maternal standpoint that's got a lot of good things about her. Maybe the best thing about her is the way she gets out and travels. Here's one that just motors around the ring, and I appreciate that about her young man. Good heifer that comes in second. Again, I like a lot of things about her. She's probably made a little nicer about her front end, particularly through her chest region. Again, a female that's got enough body and substance and mass. She's a little shorter about her side, a little shorter about her hip placement than the heifer that wins the class. But again, here's an awfully good female that has a tremendous amount of quality, so congratulations to you. Young lady's heifer coming in third is a lot like the heifer that's in second in terms of body depth and capacity. She too is a little rougher about her tail head, a little rougher about her hip placement. We'd like to change that about her just a little bit. We'd like to give her just a shot of the lower flank if we could to be more competitive today. Good heifer again coming in next. Again, extremely long down through her spine. Again, a female that's got some body and some depth and capacity throughout. Again, maybe just not the overall cleanliness, maybe not the overall pizzazz look and symmetry that we see in some of the class winners ahead of her, but a good female. Three heifers that end up the class, again, really good females, and my compliment to these exhibitors. Maybe not the overall structural integrity as we see in some of the front runners, maybe not the body, the depth, the capacity that we're looking for today, but nonetheless, a good class of females. Show your appreciation to them, please, if you would, with a nice round of applause for all these young people.
And the results for Class 64. First place goes to entry 317, Auto Philly, shown by Wiley Fanta of Starbuck, Minnesota. Second place goes to entry 319, ELCX for the Win, shown by Sydney Sanders of Leesburg, Ohio. Third place, entry 316, LANS Feeling Whitney, shown by Lana Sherry of Yukon, Oklahoma. Fourth place goes to entry 314, SEE Fergie, shown by Drake Wood of Lee's Summit, Missouri. Fifth place goes to entry 318, Auto Flicka, shown by Lydia Hunt of Frona, Missouri. Sixth place goes to BMFC Fancy Nancy, shown by Addison McCarley of Girard, Kansas. Seventh place goes to entry 315, CFLX Lovely Lucy, shown by Benjamin Knowlton of Deer Park, Texas. If you're following along in your programs, it's 4731526. Next class is Class 65. In the ring, we have females born November 1st through November 11th. We have entry 321, Legs Felicity. Entry 322, How Miss Babe. Entry 324, KC Roz. Entry 325, FBFL Fiona. Entry 326, WSCC Bell. Entry 327, PBRS Fun Time. Once again, this is Class 65, females born November 1st through November 11th. As we finish up our Division 6 Limflex Drive and the final Grand Champion selections, we will then be taking a picture break, give the judge a few minutes to eat lunch, so we will take a little bit of a lunch break along with the picture break before we move into the Purebred Limousine Show. Don't forget, today lunch was sponsored by Louisiana Land Bank. Hamburgers out in the foyer. Currently in our ring, we have Nauja Board of Directors. Helping out once again, Colt Schrader from Oklahoma, Zane Gavette from Washington. All of our board of directors have done a great job preparing and putting on this show for us. And Faith Spriggs from Oklahoma is also out there helping out in the ring.
Okay, now we're showing class number 65 in this Division 6 of the Limflex show. What a show we're having. Appreciate everybody paying attention here online. 321 is Hannah Hooper of Hale Center, Texas, showing a Linhart-sired female. 322 is Barrett Howe of Lyons, Texas, showing a Lawrence family Cosmo daughter. 324 is Kylie Costerison, Costeraville, Texas, showing an SAV Brilliance out of a Magnus cow. 325 is Jake Osborne of Unionville, Tennessee, showing an ELCX Seizure daughter. 326 is Kennick Paulson, Preston, Iowa, showing WSCC Bell 176F. That's a Severa style daughter. And Andrew Wright, entry 327, Miami, Oklahoma, is showing his P-Bar-S heifer, sired by P-Bar-S House of Cards out of a Stowers cow. So we have 6 entries in class 65, and Judge Donnie Robertson has just selected 326 Kennick Paulson, Preston, Iowa, with Severa style out of Dan Sullivan cow 4928B.
Another really exciting and good class of females all the way through, and the heifer that wins, so I think ends up there relatively easy, I guess, in my opinion. Here's one that's extremely striking. That one's pretty good. Just really like her in terms of her body and her depth and her capacity that she has. Again, as we've talked today, that the transition that she makes in terms of fullness of heart and fullness of flank, I think is very exceptional. Again, very square and true and correct outer hip, standing on a good circumference of bone, and a very sound female, and one that we'll see back out here in a little bitty bit. Really a good female, too, that stands in second. In my opinion, again, she just kind of hit a buzzsaw within this class, but here's an awful good one. Love her body depth, love her capacity, love her thickness of muscling, love her out through that hip and back through that hind leg. Maybe not the overall pizzazz and cleanliness up through her front end, particularly down through their chest floor, but again, a very sound female, and one that certainly is very, very high quality. As is the young man's heifer in third. Again, he just came into a class where there was just 2 really, really, really good ones to compete against. But here's one that isn't all foo-fooed up, and she is what she is, and what you see is what you get with this one. But there's a nice female, and one that certainly has a world of future in terms of what she's going to produce. Good in terms of body, good in terms of depth. We'd like to clean her up out through her hooks to pins if we could. Young lady, bigger, kind of a rougher made kind of a female, comes in fourth, and again, we just like to clean her up from from her nose to her tail just a little bit. She gets a little rougher about her shoulder, a little rougher about her hip, but there's body there, there's substance there. It appears she's going to have a nice udder and make a good productive cow. Two heifers that remain coming out next, again, females that just don't have the body, the depth, the substance, the capacity to place any higher in this class today. But a really good class, and again, once again, I'd ask you to be so kind to show these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Thank you.
And the results for Class 65. First place goes to entry 326 WSCC Bell, shown by Kenneth Paulson of Preston, Iowa. Second place goes to entry 324 KC Roz, shown by Kaylee Costerison from Castroville, Texas. Third place goes to entry 322 How Miss Babe, shown by Barrett Howe of Lyons, Texas. Fourth place goes to entry 321, Legs Felicity, shown by Hannah Hooper of Hale Center, Texas. Fifth place goes to entry 325, FBFL Fiona, shown by Jake Osborne of Unionville, Tennessee. And sixth place goes to entry 327, PBRS Fun Time, shown by Andrew Wright of Miami, Oklahoma. Following in your program, the order was 4, 3, 2, 5, 1, 6. Next in the ring is Class 66. We have October heifers born October 3rd through October 25th. We have entry 328, SSTO Foxy. We have entry 329, Auto France. We have entry 330, WVRL Fun and Games. We have entry 331, PBRS Flower Girl. We have entry 332, HUBB Fran. Entry 333, ETAN Florence Bell. And entry 334, SSTO Royal Fiesta. Once again, this is Class 66, October 3rd through October 25th, Limflex females.
We're now showing Class 66 Division 6 Limplex females. The first heifer is 328. This is Peyton Cullum, Guthrie, Oklahoma. Of course, the granddaughter of Bruce and Kathy Brooks. Showing SSTO Foxy 8913F. This is a female bred in the Stowers program, a Classon out of Riverstone Charmed. 329 is Lindsay Galata, Independence, Louisiana, showing her Auto France female, a primo out of Auto Lucky 2. 330 is WVRL Fun and Games, Cassidy Jones, Beaumont, Texas. This female was sold by Davis Limousin. She's a King's Landing out of 0%. 331 is PBRS Flower Girl. Alexa Montaigne is showing for the last time in the National Junior Heifer Show from South Dakota. She won the Bull Show here at the Futurity last year. She's showing a PBRS heifer, Air Force One. 332 is Torrance Spriggs of Afton, Oklahoma, showing a Mags Aviator. And Florence Bell, 843F, entry 333, is Ethan Costerison, Welch, Oklahoma, showing a SAV Brilliance daughter. And 334 is another Stowers bred female, Emma Titter, Paradise, Texas, showing a Riverstone Crown Royal out of a Sugarbush Consensus cow. Again, Class 66 in Division 6.
Well, really, again, an exciting class and some good females through and through. And I think for me, a heifer that's an obvious choice to win this class does so quite handily. Here's one that's awfully good, and the neat thing about her is that she doesn't only have that show ring appeal, but she's going to make an outstanding cow, or has all the product inside of her to do so. Here's one, just tremendous amount of body and depth and extremely long down through her spine. Very square and true and correct, and if you listen to me at all today, and most of you have probably quit, I really like those kind of hips and those kind of hind legs that go on these kind of cattle, and I think that's ultimately very important. Really smooth and made good in her design, and extremely fluid in her movement, and one that I like quite well. Good heifer that comes in second, and we moved her up just a little bit on the first walk, but here's one, again, I think from a combination standpoint, a completeness and balance and just the right kind, she elevates herself quite nicely in those terms. Good bodied, good outer hip, nicely presented up through her front end and very sound in terms of her movement. Good heifer that comes in next, the white-bellied heifer, is, again, in terms of a tremendous amount of body and rib shape and just her curvature to her rib shape. Again, nicely presented up through her front end, sound as she gets out and travels. Not as good out through her hip. We'd like to change that about her just if we could. Good heifer coming in next. Again, we can kind of a carbon copy of the third place heifer in terms of how we'd just like to change her out through that tail head and back through that rump region. If we could do that, then she becomes even more competitive because she's got all the right pieces in terms of body and depth and capacity. Good kind of a female. The trio of heifers that remain are good females. And again, females that show you some quality in terms of completeness and balance and just the right kind. Just good cattle all the way through. My congratulations to the exhibitors.
While we're waiting to see what's going on, we're bringing on the next class in. Class 66 that I didn't get to announce, if you were following along in the program, it went 1, 2, 4, 3, 5, 6, turn the page 7. This is class 67 in the ring. We have September 1st through September 27th females. We have entry 335, WSCC Bell. We have entry 336, LFL Fool's Gold. We have entry 338, DHIL Flair. We have entry 339, SCAS Frida. We have entry 340, SSTO Foe. Entry 342, Attack Fiona. Entry 343, CELL8441F. Entry 344, HUBB Faith. And entry 345, CELL8421. Once again, we have Class 67 in the ring. And just to go back and recap the results from Class 66 while the judge is going through and sorting these females. From Class 66, first place went to entry 328, SSTO Foxy, shown by Peyton Collum of Guthrie, Oklahoma. Second place was entry 329, Auto France, shown by Lindsay Galata from Independence, Louisiana. Third place went to 331, PBRS Flower Girl, Alexa Montang from Elk Point, South Dakota. Fourth place went to entry 330, WVRL Fun and Games, shown by Cassidy Jones of Beaumont, Texas. Fifth place went to 332, Hub Fran, shown by Torrance Spriggs of Afton, Oklahoma. Sixth place went to entry 333, ETAN Florence Bell, shown by Ethan Costerison of Welch, Oklahoma. And seventh place in Class 66 went to entry 337, SSTO Royal Fiesta, shown by Emma Titter of Paradise, Texas. Once again, this is entry 67 in the ring. And just so y'all know, evidently a fire alarm just got bumped against the wall, so just please be mindful and be careful and encourage the kids not to play around those, but it was a false alarm.
Okay, we're showing the last class in the Limflex show. This class 67. 335 is a Severa style out of a Dan Sullivan cow, shown by J.C. Smith of Decatur, Arkansas. 336 is Tucker Parkinson level in Texas, showing a Lawrence family daughter of LFL Deluxe Edition. 338 Allison Norrell, Phoenix, Texas, showing a Diamond Hill 156F female Mags Bold Choice. 339 is Morgan Wise of Topeka, Kansas, showing Colbin Primo out of a Schillings Bombshell cow. Grace Lingenmeyer of Fairbury, Illinois, is showing a Stowers 8878F female, sired by Colbin Primo out of the Zeno cow. 342 Peyton Smallshoff, Avon, Illinois, showing a Primo out of Otto Poppy. 343 is Jackson Dill of Marshfield, Missouri, showing a PVF Insight out of Otto Lucky. 344 Katie Thompson, Winfield, Kansas, showing a Mags Aviator, a Hub bred female. And 345 a Linhart bred female, shown by Corbin Brockhouse of Holden, Missouri. A total of 9 heifers in this last class in the Division 6 of Class 67 of the Limflex show, and then we're going to be showing for Grand and Reserve. And the judge just selected so far the first place SSTO 8878F, which is a Primo out of SBLX Z-Note, entry number 340.
Again, a really nice class of females through and through, and I think the two heifers, to take nothing away from what's left, the two heifers that surfaced to the top are really, really good, and some differences in their kind and design, but really a nice, stout-made, powerfully constructed female, I think, wins the class. Again, you have to admire her for the amount of body and rib shape that she has, and substance and mass. Again, she's fairly tidy about her front end, and where she excels, and the one thing that's so great about her is when you ask her to go and set her off in motion, she picks them up and puts them down in an awfully authoritative way. Really a nice female to win this class, as is the heifer in second, and again, a female that shows you body and rib shape and mass and power and substance. Again, you like her in terms of the way that she's made up through her front end, a very sound, true, freewheeling kind of a female. Maybe not the correctness of hip as we see in the heifer that wins the class, but again, I think an awfully good female. Young lady's heifer in third, a little maybe more refined in terms of her bone work, maybe not as thick-ended from behind when you view her from that part, but again, female with a lot of volume, a lot of rib shape, a lot of power, good kind of an individual. Fourth place heifer coming out next. Again, you like her in terms of her body depth and her capacity. She too is very sound and true and correct. Maybe not the correct one in terms of how she's made back through that tailhead and through that rump, but a good kind of a female. Heifer that comes in next, again, here's one, and it's a carbon copy of the heifer that's in front of her. Really a nice female in terms of her lines and straightness and correctness of those lines. Maybe not the overall four-rib to flank as we see in some of the heifers that lead out in front of them, but nonetheless a good kind of a female. As we get on down through the line on these heifers, again, good females, young people doing a tremendously good job. Appreciate that for that. Maybe not the overall body, the substance, the mass, the symmetry that some of these front runners have, but a really, really good class. If you would, please join me in congratulating this class with a nice round of applause. Thank you very much.
And your results for Class 67. First place goes to entry 340 SSTO Foe, shown by Grace Limousin from Fairbury, Illinois. Second place goes to 339 SCAS Frida, shown by Morgan Wise of Topeka, Kansas. Third place goes to entry 344 HUBB Faith, showed by Katie Thompson of Winfield, Kansas. Fourth place, entry 343 CELL 8441, shown by Jackson Dill of Marshfield, Missouri. Fifth place goes to entry 336 LFL Fool's Gold, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Sixth place goes to entry 345 CELL 8421, shown by Corbin Brockus from Holden, Missouri. Seventh place, entry 342, Attack Fiona, shown by Peyton Smallshoff from Avon, Illinois. Eighth place, entry 335, WSCC Bell, shown by J.C. Smith of Decatur, Arkansas. And ninth place, entry 338, DHIL Flair, shown by Allison Norwell of Venus, Texas. Now entering the ring, we have our Division 6 Limflex champion, reserve champion, and third overall selections. Division 6 Limflex champion is sponsored by Sashery Farms, and Division 6 Limflex reserve champion is sponsored by KLS Limousin. Entering the ring, the first place from Class 64 is entry 317, Auto Philly. From Class 65, we have entry 326, WSCC Bell. From Class 66, we have entry 328, SSTO Foxy. And from Class 67, we have entry 340, SSTO Foe. Our second place are in the ring also. Second place in Class 64 is entry 319, ELCX for the win. From Class 65, our second place winner was entry 324, Casey Roz. From Class 66, our second place winner was entry 329, Otto France. And from Class 67, second place was entry 339, SCAS Frida. Once again, this is your Division 6 Limflex champion, reserve champion, and third overall selection.
Well, if you would, as we wind down the day towards this last division, our division of senior yearlings, show your appreciation, please, with a nice round of applause for a good set of cattle. Really, a lot of times you get into this division and the quality goes down just because a lot of these cattle get to this point. They've been shown a long time and they're hard to handle. They're hard to keep fresh and one thing and another. And I'm very impressed with the quality that we have out here, that you have out here. To choose a champion from. Real briefly, the heifer that wins that first class is one that came out of a very competitive class, and we like this heifer from a maternal look, and we still do out here. Here's one that, in my opinion, has got cow written all over. She's going to go on and be productive in terms of her maturity, really sound, really functionally correct in terms of her structure, good in terms of her body and her mass and her power that she has. Just really, really a nice female. The heifer that comes in next, the most striking one out here in terms of the side view profile, and I think most of you would agree with that. Here's one that's just extremely attractive in terms of how she's made. A lot of body, a lot of depth, a lot of capacity in terms of this female. Good and square and correct and true out her hip, nicely proportioned up through her front end. Again, one that's very, very sound and very free in terms of her movement. Next heifer in line, again, has an advantage in terms of added length and in terms of just added power probably from behind. Here's one that's got a tremendous amount of power to her, really a good look about her, body and substance and mass, along with a nice fronted female. And again, as we talked earlier, here's one that can really get out and go in terms of her structure. The heifer behind at the end, we talked to her, and that was her biggest attribute, is how she handles herself on her feet and legs. Just powerhouse as she strolls around the ring. But again, there's a lot of good in that heifer. Depth of body, spring of rib, just stoutness of hip, really cleanliness of front end. Really nice female. This has been an awfully good set of females, and my congratulations to all of you. If this young man that's in second hole will lead out here, you're going to win the division. Congratulations.
And your Division 6 Limflex champion comes out of Class 65, entry 326, WSCC Bell, Kennick Paulson from Preston, Iowa.
Heifer that comes in next, that was second in that class. And again, as we talked, I hope you would agree that this is an awfully good heifer that came out of an awfully tough class. And again, here's one that shows you body and depth and capacity and just has that really nice show ring appeal to her. Again, in terms of if you project her out, she should be an outstanding cow. I guess as I look at the four out here, the one that hits me hardest is this young lady here, right here. You're going to be reserved. Congratulations.
And your Division 6 Limflex Reserve Champion comes out of Class 66, entry 328, SSTO Foxy, shown by Peyton Collum of Guthrie, Oklahoma.
I think as we go for your third best, and again, I think it gets even tougher in terms of just because there's so many good ones out here and a lot of different ways you can go. And it's kind of down to two heifers, I guess, in my opinion, and the two that to me have the most to provide in terms of soundness and structural or integrity, along with body and depth and capacity. That'll be the young lady down there on the end. You'll be third best. Congratulations.
And third overall for Division 6 Limflex comes out of Class 67, entry 340, SSTO Foe, shown by Grace Lemonager from Fairbury, Illinois. Now we will bring our division champions back in the ring to have our grand champion Limflex female drive. We will be picking a grand, a reserve, a third, fourth, and fifth Limflex female overall. Once again, once the show is over, we will be taking a picture break. We will give the judge a little bit of time to eat some lunch. During this time, we will also be working over the arena, so there might be some equipment, I couldn't think of the word, sorry, equipment moving in and out of the barn so that we can kind of work over the arena during our picture break and our brief lunchtime. But again, we are fixing to prepare for the Grand Champion Limflex Female Drive. Juniors, don't forget that you need to fill out your thank you cards before you can pick up and take home your awards back there. Also, don't forget we are being live streamed on Live Auctions TV. We appreciate the commentary with Randy Ratliff. Also, we have still not had anybody identify the money that was found out in the parking lot. Looks like we are ready for our Grand Champion Limflex Female Drive. Coming in first, we have our Division I champion, LFL Gwendolyn, shown by Shelby Hubbard of Miami, Oklahoma. Then we have our Division II winner, HHTSSC Larissa, shown by Mackenzie Neal of West Alexandria, Ohio. Then we have entry 241, Ratliff Gossip, shown by Macy Ratliff of Westphalia, Kansas. For Division 4, we have TSSC Larissa, Bailey Thompson of Westport, Indiana. Our champion from Division 5, Ratliff Gigi, Olivia Caldwell from Elmwood, Illinois. And from Division 6, we have entry 326, WSCC Bell, Kennick Paulson of Preston, Iowa. We also have our reserve champions in the ring from each division. Reserve from Division 1, we have JLOZ Lucinda, shown by Josie Osborne of Unionville, Tennessee. We have entry 182, your Division 2 reserve champion, SSTO 9845G, shown by Grace Lemonager of Fairbury, Illinois. From Division 3 reserve champion, we have entry 219, RWR MS Excessive Style, Wesley Wages of Center, Texas. Division 4 reserve champion, entry 257, Ratliff Gitchesum, shown by Kessler Collins of Flanagan, Illinois. For Division 5 reserve champion, we have entry 308, Ratliff Gabby, shown by McKenna Richardson of Eureka, Kansas. And Division 6 reserve champion, we have entry 328, SSTO Foxy, shown by Peyton Collum of Guthrie, Oklahoma. Once again, this is your Grand Champion Limflex Female Drive. We will be picking a Grand Champion, Reserve Grand, 3rd, 4th, and 5th Limflex Female overall.
Well, folks, if you've enjoyed looking at good cattle today, I hope that you've enjoyed this day thus far. And if you would, please, it's been a tremendous show with a tremendous amount of young people, and show them a nice round of applause. You know, they truly deserve it, and that's why we're here. And I say this all the time. You know, I think sometimes one thing that I'm critical about judges is they make a lot of these shows about themselves. And, you know, this isn't about me. They asked me to line them up, and I've done that, you know, to the best of my ability. But this is about you, the parents, you, the young people. It's about a great breed. It's about a great activity that, you know, just several weeks back we didn't know we were going to be here or not with everything that this country's been through. And so this has been about the exhibitors and about these young people. And as I always say when I judge shows is, you know, we're not all going to agree on champions or class placings, but I hope you will agree that you've got a great group of young people with a wonderful breed that's led by wonderful leadership. And if you would, give NALF and the junior board and all their staff a nice round of applause, because this wasn't easy. As we've read the newspaper and watched the news and being in Oklahoma, we wonder if we're going to have a state fair, and we're not, and we wonder if we're going to have a junior national, and we wonder about a lot of different things. And so I hope at some point today that we forget just briefly about the competition side of it and just realize how grateful that we really are, that we're able to be here, that you're able to spend time with your kids at an event that is so healthy, that is so wonderful, because, you know, when I got an email a month ago and not sure if we were going to do this or not, and to be here is quite an achievement. We're not going to go back through and talk about the cattle. We've said enough, and you've listened to me enough, and I will touch just on a few things. I hope that all these young people, I hope that you can do a few things as today and as you grow up in this breed. And I hope, number one, you can tell your parents thank you, that you can hug them around the neck and tell them how much you love them and appreciate them. Because without them, none of this is possible. This is an expensive deal that you're involved in. It costs a lot of money for a dually pickup and trailers and fuel and hotel bills. And they work hard at it. They work hard at it for your pleasure and their pleasure as well, because we're all competitive in nature. But thank them and show them how much you appreciate them. You know, the Limflex breed, and I've thought a lot about it this week, because the Limflex breed wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the hard work and dedication by a lot of different people. Ken Holloway, and I don't want to mention too many names, but I remember back, you know, 25 years ago when we had limousines at Express, and the transition that it took to get these cattle incorporated in this breed. It wasn't easy. There was a lot of fights and arguments about it. And so they stuck to their guns. And so thank those people. Thank the forefathers of this breed that have continued to make it good, that continued to make it exciting, and has continued to make the cattle better. I'm very thankful of that. I'm thankful of this breed. I've lived in Yukon, Oklahoma for 26 and a half years. I wouldn't be there if it wasn't for Limousin cattle. Ken, I never forget that. I always remember that. And this breed means a lot to me. But more importantly, the people that make it up mean a tremendous amount to me. Thought a lot about Ed Pinniger today, because I know regardless of how I did today, Ed would be at the backdrop, and he would critique me, and he would call it watermelon talk, and those things to me are very important in life. So be competitive, enjoy what you're doing, but also realize just how lucky and fortunate we are. You've been a great crowd. You've been a great group of exhibitors. I'll show you the two that I like the best, or the five that I like the best today. Once again, congratulations to all these exhibitors.
And your grand champion, Limflex female, goes to entry number 253, TSSC Larissa, shown by Bailey Thompson of Westport, Indiana. In your reserve, Grand Champion Limflex Female goes to entry number 297, Ratliff Gigi, shown by Olivia Caldwell from Elmwood, Illinois. Third overall Limflex Female goes to entry 326, WSCC Bell, Kennick Paulson of Preston, Iowa. Fourth overall Limflex Female goes to entry 257, Ratliff Getcha Some, shown by Kessler Collins of Flanagan, Illinois. And fifth overall Limflex Female goes to entry 328, SSTO Foxy, shown by Peyton Collum of Guthrie, Oklahoma. That does conclude our Limflex Female show. We will do a picture break and then a short lunch break for our judge to eat some lunch. And then we will continue with the Purebred Limousine show. Once again, there are several sponsors we'd like to thank. Make sure you go stop by the Lemmy Booster silent auction. There's a basket. There's several baskets from each of the states that have been donated. Purchase your tickets. Put them in the raffle. This is the sole fundraiser for the Lemmy Boosters, which supports our Junior Association activities throughout the week, the Donna Etherton Scholarship Program, grants, Lemmy Cook-Off, and donates gifts to participants each year. Also, our Grand Champion Limflex Female sponsor was Lawrence Family Limousine, and Reserve Grand Champion Limflex Female sponsor was Schilling Cattle. All right, and we are just going to take a picture break. So as soon as the pictures are over, we will be moving on. The judge has already eaten, so as soon as pictures are over, we will be moving on. All right, we are about ready to start our limousine female show. Once again, we would like to welcome today's judge, Donnie Robertson. Mr. Robertson is from Yukon, Oklahoma, and was born and raised in Lexington, Kentucky. For the past 26 years, he has been employed by Express Ranches of Yukon, which is the beef industry's largest source of seed stock bulls and females. He is currently the Vice President of Marketing at Express Ranches. He has judged numerous shows across the country, including the National Western Stock Show, North American International Livestock Expo, American Royal, Fort Worth Stock Show, Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, National Junior Shorthorn Show, and the National Junior Hereford Show. In addition to his career and judging, Robertson enjoys spending time with his two children, Taylor and Austin. Don't forget, during the show, to go visit the Lemmy Booster silent auction basket table and purchase your tickets and put some of your tickets in some of the raffle items. Also, don't forget, you can live stream the video on Live Auctions TV, where we have Randy Ratliff commentary. And juniors, make sure you are filling out your thank you notes before you pick up your awards. We have various classes throughout the day that have been sponsored by a variety of people. Some of the various class winner sponsors are DJ Limousine, Peterson Land and Auction, Super C Limousine, Becky Craig Cattle Company, Hubbard Cattle Company, Massey Limousine, Shelby Skinner, Ron Cunningham, Sandra Hyson, Ratliff Cherry Creek Farms, Heartland Limousine Association, Jim Bob Hendrickson, Seldom Rest Farms, and National Roper Supply. Again, we want to thank all those sponsors that help make this show possible. All right, looks like we are ready to begin our Limousin female show. The first class we have is class number 68. We start with females' birthdays November 13th through December 21st, 2019. We have entry 348, FBFL Gertie. Entry 351, Otto Rumor. Entry 352, Otto Georgia. And entry 353, Legs Gladys. Once again, this is our first class, class 68 of our Limousin female show.
Well, welcome back. And over on the Limousin show side, really a good class of competitive females and a great group of young people. And whoever that wins the class, I think, so does quite handily. Here's one from a body standpoint, a composition standpoint. Again, as we talked earlier today, just completeness and balance. I think she excels to the front end of this class quite handily. Good sound, structurally correct kind of a female, and one that you certainly have to admire. Good heifer coming in next in second hole. Again, in terms of her body and her depth and her composition, you like that part of her. A female that, again, gets around the ring relatively easy. Maybe not the overall attractiveness and look as we see in the class winner, but again, a female that's got a lot of future ahead of her. Good young heifer, that young man. Good, nice female coming in next. Young lady's doing an outstanding job and really happy to be here, and that's very encouraging. But a nice female in her own right. She profiles up nice. She's straight down through her lines. Good in terms of her body. She's a little bit refined about her bone work. Maybe we'd like to see her made just a little differently in the way her hips made, but a good female. The red heifer, again, very stout-made individual, one that has that extra bone and width to her. Again, a female that's got ample amount in terms of her body and her depth. We'd like to change her up through her front 1/3 a little bit. She gets a little coarse about her makeup, a little coarse about her shoulder. But again, a really nice class. As we gather back in here and get started in the show, show your appreciation to these young people. Let them hear a nice round of applause. Thank you.
And your results for Class 68. First place goes to entry 352, Otto, Georgia, shown by Alexis Montang of Elk Point, South Dakota. Second place goes to entry 353, Legs Gladys, shown by Sloan Everett Moss from Lufkin, Texas. Third place, entry 348, FBFL Gertie, shown by Kendallin Portwood of Versailles, Kentucky. And fourth place, entry 351, Auto Rumor, shown by Kylie Smith of Decatur, Arkansas. In your program, if you're following along, the order is 3, 4, 1, 2. Next in, we have Class 69. We have females' birthdays November 5th to November 12th. We have entry 354, LLKT Gretchen. We have entry 355, Otto Gali. We have 356, TASF Gray. We have entry 357, TASF GCC Jenny. And we have entry 358, WCF Jinx. Once again, this is Class 69 of your Limousin Female Show.
Okay, the pictures have been taken of the champions of the Limflex show. Of course, you just saw the first class in Division 1 on the Limousin show, Class 68. This is Class 69. If you'll see there on your video screen, 354 is LLKT Gretchen 931G. This is a Jacob Keaton, Wolford, Texas entry, sired by the Thomas & Son Crown Royal out of a Keaton cow. She's a purebred, of course. 355 is Otto Gali, 285G, shown by Ty J. Freed of the Freed family, Fairbury, Illinois. Purchased this female from the Pinnager sale this spring, sired by Mags Aviator out of the Mags Wassail. 356 is Audrey Sturgeon of Rocky, Oklahoma, showing Thomas & Son Gray, 347G, which is an EXLR NASDAQ son. 357 is Colton Barton of Gerald, Texas, showing a Thomas Son Crown Royal. And 358 is Whitcomb's Thad and Marissa Combs' son, White House, Tennessee, WCF Jinx, which is a Thomas & Son Crown Royal out of a Woodsey Creek Farm Black Shadow cow. So these, this now is the starting of the show, the higher percentage Limousin females and this class, and then they'll show for the Division 1 championship.
Another excellent class on the purebred side, and again, I think two females on top of this class that are extremely good, and some differences in their kind and design, if you will, and a lot about both of them I'd like to change. I'd like to add some parts to the second place heifer on the class winner and vice versa, but I like the class winner in terms of the neatness and correctness that she shows you up through her front end. I like her just in terms of the adequate amount of body and rib shape that she has. She's extremely good, and where she's a little bit better and neater, in my opinion, is through her hip and back through her hind leg. I think that tail head and that hip area ties in just a little bit neater than the heifer that's in second. I would like to see the rib shape in the second place heifer and the first place heifer, but I think there's some give and take there. We'd like to just see this heifer that wins the class maybe with a little bit more lower 1/3 in terms of body. Really good heifer that's in second again, and again a female that's got a lot of good pieces about her. As I said earlier, I love her body and I love her depth, and she transitions probably a little nicer than the heifer that's in first in terms of from her forerib back to her flank. She's neat enough and elegant enough up through her front end. She's sound enough in terms of her structure. She wants to roll just a little bit for me from her hooks to her pins. I'd like to just level that rump out a little bit if I could to make her ideal. I think if you do so, then it becomes a tougher horse race to win this class. Good female. Heifer that comes in next is one, again, that you like in terms of her body depth and her capacity. You like her sleekness of design, maybe not the overall bone and substance or hip placement that the heifer that wins the class shows you, but a good female. Next heifer, again, very long in terms of her spine length, very square in terms of her hip, not enough body, not enough substance, not enough mass through her middle, I think, to place any higher in the class. Then again, we end up with maybe a little bit more of a greener type female to end the class with. We'd like to see more power, more body, more mass. We'd like to clean her up through that tail head a little bit if we could to make her ideal, but a very good class. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
And results for Class 69. First place goes to entry 356 TASF Gray, shown by Aubrey Sturgeon of Rocky, Oklahoma. Second place goes to entry 357 TASF GCC Jenny, shown by Colton Barton of Gerald, Texas. Third place goes to entry 354 LLKT Gretchen, shown by Jacob Keaton of Wolforth, Texas. Fourth place goes to entry 358 WCF Jinx, shown by Whit Combs of White House, Tennessee. And fifth place goes to entry 355 Otto Gali, shown by Ty Freed of Fairbury, Illinois. In your program, if you're following along, it is 35124. Now we will have our Division I Limousin champion, reserve champion, from Class 68, we have first place, entry 352, Otto, Georgia. From Class 69, we have entry 356, TASF Gray. Second place placements from Class 68, entry 353, Legs Gladys. And from Class 69, 357, TASF GCC Jenny. We will be picking a division champion, reserve champion, and third overall. Your Division I Limousin champion is sponsored by Shanna Holloway, and your Division I Reserve champion is sponsored by Sherry Holloway.
Well, again, as we have all day, just briefly on these divisions, the class winner out of the first class, again, very eye-appealing, very striking on the pose. Again, we talked to her in that class as being the most elegant in terms of how she's made, nice in terms of nice in terms of her body and her depth and her capacity, really nice in terms of how she's made through her hip, and very sound as she gets out and travels. Same could be said for the heifer that's in the second hole. Again, like her body, like her depth, we'd like to give her more flank, if you will, but we really thought that she excelled in that particular class because of her levelness of a hip, the way she's made in terms of how she's hooked up in that hind leg. We're going to use this heifer to be your champion. Congratulations.
And your Division I Limousin champion comes out of Class 69, entry 356, TASF Gray, shown by Aubrey Sturgeon of Rocky, Oklahoma.
Good heifer that comes in next that was second in that class, and we commented just briefly on her about how we love her body and love her mass and love the amount of thickness that she possesses. Again, if we were to change her, we'd like to probably square her up just a little bit and make her a little more truer about her hip. I just think she's probably too good in terms of her center portion of her body and that cow look that she's going to possess. We're going to use her to be reserve in that division, and then we'll follow with our third best with this heifer calf here. Congratulations.
And Division I Limousin Reserve champion goes to entry 357, Colton Barton of Gerald, Texas, with TASF GCC Jenny. Third overall goes to Alexis Montang with entry 352, Otto, Georgia. Next in, we have Class 70 October females, birthdays ranging from October 1st to October 23rd. First in, we have entry 360, LLKT Giselle. Entry 361, PAF Miley Lynn. Entry 363, Otto Gwen. And entry 368, PBRS 9285G. Once again, this is Class 70 Limousin females born October 1st through 23rd.
Okay, we now have in the ring class number 70, Division II of the Limousin show. There's entry number 360. This is Cole Keaton, representing the Keaton family in Wolford, Texas. They're showing a daughter of RLBH Air Force One. Of course, that's the bull the Council family has that topped the Denver sale and won Denver at one time, raised by Rachel Booth. 361 is Corey Norton of Ocala, Florida, showing PAF Miley Lynn 934G, which is a daughter of the Thomas & Son Crown Royal. 363 is Otto Gwen, female shown by Cole Lewis of Anderson, Missouri, the daughter of Mags Aviator out of Otto Lucky 2. And 368 PBRS 9285G, shown by Taylor Baker of Dickinson, Texas, with daughter of WLR Argo out of SLKF Sister Act. So 4 heifers here in Class 70 as Donnie Robertson makes his placing in this Limousin show.
as we get into these Octobers in this next division, and again, 4 females that are extremely good and talented kind of females. And the heifer that we're starting with, really love the boldness that she possesses in terms of the center portion of her body. You really like the volume and the depth and the spring to her rib that she has. She's very square and level and correct out her hip. She's attractive enough up through her front end, and she handles herself quite nicely as she gets around and travels. Really kind of a nice female. No slouch at all in second, and here's one that's somewhat similar to the class winner, but yet some differences as well. This one's pretty unique and selected in terms of how sleek she is up through her front 1/3. We like that about her. She's a female that's adequate in terms of her body and her depth. We don't see the overall mass and substance maybe and power in this heifer as we do the other one. This one's a little greener, with maybe in terms of the future down the road, is going to have a tremendous, I think, show career about herself. Here's one that's striking on the pose. Again, if we could just power her up just a little bit, see her just a little stronger and stouter from right behind her shoulder. She gets a little weak about her heart for me today, but a good female traveling on a good set of feet and legs. Good heifer that comes in next. Again, the 2 that are remaining, the more powerfully constructed female probably with the most completeness and balance, stands in 3rd. Again, really nice in terms of her body depth and her overall capacity. Little flatter made female comes in next to wind out the class. We just like to give her more body, more forerib, more flank to make her more competitive within this particular class. But a good class of heifers, if you will, in the stands. Show them your appreciation with a nice round of applause. Thank you. Congratulations.
Results for Class 70. First place goes to entry 363, Otto Gwynn, shown by Cole Lewis of Anderson, Missouri. Second place goes to entry 360, LLKT Giselle, shown by Cole Keaton of Wolford, Texas. Third place goes to entry 368, PBRS 9285G, shown by Taylor Baker of Dickinson, Texas. And fourth place goes to entry 361, PAF Miley Lynn, shown by Corey Norton of Ocala, Florida. In order of your program, it goes 2, 4, 1, 3. Class 71. These heifers are September 1st through September 20th, females. Entry 369, LLKT GG. Entry 370, Legs Georgia Peach. Entry 371, WCF Gracie. Entry 372, LFL Guapa. Entry 374, PSRF Glitz. And entry 375, JBFISD. Once again, this is Class 71 in the ring.
All right, now that we are showing you class number 71, as Donnie Robertson, the judge, is selecting how he'd like to place this class. Entry number 369 is Jacob Keaton of Wolford, Texas, showing his Air Force One daughter out of female that they bred as well. 370 is Legs Georgia Peach, a Landry Clayman of Nazareth, Texas, showing a Thomas & Son Crown Royal. 371, the youngest son of Thad and Marissa Combs, Walt Elam Combs, White House, Tennessee, showing WCF Gracie, which is a CJ Creed daughter. 372 is Colt Parkinson, representing the Parkinson and Lawrence family limousine, showing a heifer that his grandfather raised. LFL Guapa 9128G, sired by their highly syndicated bull LFL Dividend 6084D. 374 is exhibited by Samantha Paco of Moorhead, Kentucky, showing PSRV or RF Glitz 90, which is a Hager Zodiac sired calf. And 375 JBFI 273G Caitlin McKenzie Ayers, Gary, Texas. This female happens to be a full Sib de Prada, sired by Mags WLR Usual Suspect out of Otto Rebecca. So 6 heifers in this Class 71, and they'll be placed shortly, and then we'll go into Division II Championship.
Well, again, a really nice class and some challenges just in terms of a lot of these heifers not wanting to cooperate. And we've got little kids out here, and they're doing what they're enjoying, and that's we're going to give them ample amount of time to get them set up. But I think really the combination female for me, the one that shows you the most completeness, the most balance, is the young lady's heifer that wins the class. When she gets her part and gets her set up, I think she silhouettes as well as anything out here. Again, in terms of her body and her depth, her capacity, her length of hip, cleanliness of front end, and structural soundness, I think she goes to the top relatively easy. Heifer that comes at you in second, the young man with the cowboy hat, if you'll go ahead and lead her on around, young man. Really, again, a nice female, a female that shows you body and depth and capacity. She shows you a nice curvature to her rib shape. She's a female, too, that has an elegance about how she's made out through her hip and back through her tail head. She's not as pretty fronted, not as attractive up through her front end as the heifer that wins the class, but nonetheless, really a nice female. Young man's heifer doing an excellent job on a pretty big old stout female that he's got out there, and he's funny out here to watch, and he's really enjoying himself. And again, as we've said earlier throughout the day, that's what the biggest part of this is about, and so I commend him on doing an excellent job. But a nice heifer. He doesn't have a slouch of a female at all. He's got a heifer that's got some rib shape to her. She's got a nice body in terms of just her spring to her rib, the stoutness that she has in terms of her muscle. She needs to be cleaned up a little bit up through her front end. She needs to be squared up a little bit in terms of how she's made from her hooks to pins. Good heifer coming in next, and again shows you a boldness about her rib shape. We'd like to change her as well as we have on a few of these today. We'd like to change her out through that tail head. We'd like to change her back through that rump just a little bit, only in comparisons with the heifers that stand above her. Like to see her with just a little stouter, how she's made from right in that heart girth area. We'd like to just fill that in a little bit if we could, as well as back through that lower 1/3. We end up with some females again, get a little rougher about their kind, maybe not the completeness, the balance, the overall look that we see, but a really, really good set of females. Again, show your support to these young people. Give them a nice round of applause.
And your results for Class 71. First place goes to entry 374, PSRF Glitz, Samantha Pico from Moorhead, Kentucky. Second place goes to entry 372, LFL Guapa, shown by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Third place goes to entry 371, WCF Gracie, shown by Walt Combs of White House, Tennessee. Fourth place goes to entry 369, LLKT Gigi, shown by Jacob Keaton of Wolfforth, Texas. Fifth place goes to entry 375, JBFISD, shown by Caitlin Ayers of Gary, Texas. And sixth place goes to entry 370, Legs Georgia Peach, shown by Landry Kleeman of Nazareth, Texas. So if you're following along in our program, the order went 4, 6, 3, 2, 1, 5. While they're taking a minute to get organized before the Division II drive, we are going to do our drawing. Remember, many of you signed up outside in the hallway. They had the Monroe and West Monroe Convention and Visitors Bureau. Miss Dorothy out there had a travel bag with some goodies in it, and we are now going to do the drawing. They are shaking it up, and Miss Katie Campbell herself is drawing the winner. The winner of the travel bag goes to Miss Susan Isles. Susan, that is staying at the Fairfield Inn. Susan Isles, when you get a minute, come on up and claim your prize. She is from Texas. I also have another announcement to make. We have the results of our carcass contest. The winner goes to Austin Hunt. Austin has won the carcass contest, and you can come up here to the table and receive your banner. And if you are entered the carcass contest and you are interested in the results, we have that data up here and some paperwork. You are welcome to come up here and get you a sheet of paper that shows you all the results of the carcass contest. However, once again, Austin Hunt is the winner of the carcass contest. Now in the ring is our Division II Limousin Champion, Reserve Champion, and third overall selection. Our Division II Limousin Champion is sponsored by White Water Limousine, and our Division II Reserve Champion is sponsored by Keaton Limousine Ranch. First in, we have from Class 70, entry 363, Otto Gwynn. From Class 71, we have entry 374, PSRF Glitz. Our second place in each class, entry 360, LLKT Giselle, and LFL Guapa, entry 372. Once again, this is our selection of Division II Champion, Reserve, and third overall.
Well, if you don't mind, show your support for these young people in this division with a nice round of applause. I'm sure they appreciate it very much. Really, again, a good division of cattle, and as we've transitioned from the Limflex side over to the purebred side, and cattle are a little bit different, I guess, in just kind of the way they're made and designed, but you still yet to see some similarities in terms of what I'm trying to accomplish out here today, and for me, it's quite simple. I like them to be complete and balanced. I like females that have some body and some depth and some rib shape to them, and still yet keep them as attractive up front as we can, and with just really nice in terms of how they're made throughout their hip and back through their hind leg. And I think both of these vying for this championship in terms of your class winners excel in that. Obviously, there's some difference in kind, but real briefly, the heifer that wins the first class, again, in terms of her power, in terms of her substance, the center portion of her body, when you get behind her, you sure appreciate her for the amount of muscle that she has. Again, a very sound, fluid, moving kind of a female that gets out and covers her tracks quite nicely. Is she the cleanest fronted one out here? No. But she's got some power and some substance, and her shoulder lays into her nice enough for me. That's a pretty good one. Young lady's heifer back here in the back, a little bit different in terms of maybe more of a sleek model. Again, a female that's got some body and some substance and some mass about her. She, too, is level and square and correct out through her hip. She's probably a little more attractive up through her front end than the class winner out of that first class. But again, there's some trade-offs. She probably doesn't have as much center portion of her body. So it's give and take a little bit within this particular division. I guess for me today, the one that I like the most to win this division is the stout maid one out here that wins this first class. So congratulations to you, young man. Pull on out here. You're going to get a banner.
Your Division II Limousine Champion comes out of Class 70, entry 363, Otto Gwynn, shown by Cole Lewis of Anderson, Missouri.
Again, as a heifer that moves up in her spot, second in that class, again, a very nice female and one that has the body and the substance and the mass. Again, as we've talked today, again, here's one that's very sound and true in terms of her mobility. She's a little bit more like the heifer that stands right behind her in terms of sleekness she has about her front end. We like this one quite a little bit, as well as the heifer back here on this other side as we're going to pick three. For me today, this heifer in front of me, the young lady, is going to be your reserve champion in this division, so congratulations to you. To take nothing away from you, young man, we'll use this heifer to be your third best in this division, so congratulations. Good job.
And your Division II Limousine Reserve Champion goes to entry 374, PSRF Glitz, shown by Samantha Pico of Moorhead, Kentucky. Third overall goes to entry 360 LLKT Giselle, shown by Cole Keaton of Wolford, Texas. Class 72 is a scratch. We will be moving on to Class 73 because Class 72 is a scratch. Class 73 Limousin females are born July 4th through July 20th. Entry 377 MPCL Coco Chanel. Entry 378 DL Gracie Lynn. And entry 379 LLKT Genevieve. Once again, this is Class 73 females born July 4th through July 20th. States and exhibitors, don't forget, but at the end of this show, we will have the class for the best pair of females owned and exhibited by one junior member. Both females must have shown in the regular show to be entered in the best pair of females owned. After that, we will do the best state group class. Each state junior association will select 3 females, each exhibited by a different junior, to represent this best state group. Again, these classes will go at the end of our female show.
In this Class 73 of the Division III segment of the show, we have entry 377. That's the first young lady out there, Madison Craig, out Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, showing her female Chanel 720G, which is a daughter of the national champion RLBH Air Force One out of a Shelby Skinner Chanel cow. 378 is
really a nice group of July heifers, and particularly the heifer that wins this class. And here's one that is a good one. Really nice in terms of her body depth, her capacity that she has throughout. A female that's got a nice shoulder about her, a nice head, neck, and shoulder about her. A female that's square and true and correct out through her hip and back through that hind leg, and one that gets around the ring on a really, really outstanding set of feet and legs. So congratulations to that young lady on an awfully good female. No Slouch coming in second, and one that follows her a lot like in type and kind, particularly when you talk about volume and spring about her rib. Here's one that you love the center portion of her body, and she's just bold sprung in terms of that. A female that maybe isn't quite hitched together quite as nice as the class winner from her hooks to pins. We'd like to change her just a little bit about that. But again, nitpicking on an awfully good female, one with a world of body, world of volume, world of spring to her rib. A really good heifer. A little more of a waisty type heifer that comes in third, and I hate using that term, but she's just not quite as elegant as the two that lead out in front of her. We'd like to change her over her hooks to her pins. We'd like to just correct her through that tail head region. Maybe like to see her just a little sleeker made up through her front end, but she's got body, she's got depth, she's got some maternal look to her that'll make an outstanding cow for this young lady. So congratulations on a really nice group of cattle.
And your results for Class 73. First place goes to entry 379 LLKT Genevieve, shown by Nicole Keaton of Wolford, Texas. Second place, entry 377 MPCL Coco Chanel, shown by Madison Craig of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Third place, entry 378 DL Graceland, shown by Lainey Woodall of Pattonville, Texas. If you're following along in the program, the order is 2, 3, 1. Next class in the ring will be Class 74. While we're waiting on Class 74, I want to thank again those that have sponsored our complimentary professional photography for the week. Again, complimentary photography to all the exhibitors was made on behalf of Wilder Family Limousine, Edwards Land and Cattle, Tubmill Creek Farms, Davis Limousine, KLS Farms, Limousine 365, and Legacy Livestock Imaging. While we are waiting on Class 74, I would like to thank once again the exhibitors that purchased tie-out pins. Due to the space in the facility here at West Monroe, we were able to do a fundraiser with tie-out pins, and we appreciate those exhibitors: Lawrence Family Limousine, T&J Cattle Company, Massey Limousine, JLX Limousine, Becky Craig Cattle Company, Kaylee Costerison, Wiley Fanta, Beggart Limousine, Boyce Dill Cattle, Cecil Miller, Linhart Limousine, Hannah Hooper, Sage Hanrahan, Fraser Livestock, Nathan Hunt with TJ Callahan, Cole Sullivan, Stephen Decker, Jeff Paulson, Live Oak Cattle, Thomas and Son Farms, and Wilder Family Limousine for participating in our tie-out pin fundraiser. Now entering the ring is Class 74. First in, entry 380, SEEE Jenny. Entry 382, Legacies Grace. Entry 383, Glamour Girl. And entry 384, TASF Wrigley. These females are birthdays May 2nd through May 26th.
Okay, we're now showing Class 74 in the Division 3 of the Limousine Show. 380 is the first female shown there. SEEE Jeannie, Cole Lewis, Anderson, Missouri, is showing this purebred female. 382 is the red female, Legacy's Grace, Darian Rupert of Witt, Illinois, showing that heifer. 383 is Glamour Girl, shown by Cassidy Jones at Beaumont, Texas, showing a female sired by Alter Ego out of a Davis Limousine cow. And 384 is Thomas & Son Wrigley 321G, shown by Madison Craig, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, showing a Thomas & Son Crown Royal out of a Linhart 5054C. Donnie Robertson is going to place these four, and then we'll come back for a Division 3 champion.
outstanding female that wins this class. And again, as we've talked today about just a maternal look in terms of these females and females looking like females, I think those comments represent this one fairly well. Here's one again that you love the amount of body that she has. You love the amount of substance that she possesses throughout. Really, again, as we talked today, that transition that happens from her forerib back to her flank, she handles that extremely well. She's attractive enough up through her front end, I guess, for me today. And where she excels is the back, how she's made from her hooks to pins and back through that tailhead region of her body. Very sound, very true. Probably pushing as much as condition as she needs to push for this day and age, but yet again, here's one that's pretty powerfully designed. Good female that comes in second, the red heifer, I think, is the most fault-free of the remaining trio that are here. Again, a female that shows you some body and some depth and some spring to her rib, her squareness and trueness and correctness about her hip. She, too, is fairly attractive and complete in terms of the way she's made through her head, neck, and shoulder. Very sound and very fluid about her movement. Maybe not the overall depth in terms of her flank as the heifer that wins the class, but again, really a nice female. Black heifer coming next follows her quite nicely, if you will. Again, a female that has some body and some center portion of her body and some depth of rib. Maybe a little, needs to be a little cleaner about her front end. Probably needs a little shot more of her lower flank to be more competitive today, but a good heifer. Then we end up with a female again that a lot of things you appreciate her about. You appreciate about her length. You appreciate the way that she goes around the ring. Again, with her, we'd probably just like to see more heifer there. We'd just like to give her more forerib, more flank in that heifer today. But again, very nice female. Put your hands together. Show this group of exhibitors as they worked hard in presenting these cattle for your appraisal as well. A nice round of applause.
And the results for Class 74. First place goes to entry 384 TASF Wrigley, shown by Madison Craig of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Second place goes to entry 382 Legacy's Grace, shown by Darian Rupert of Witt, Illinois. Third place goes to entry 380 SEEE Genie, shown by Cole Lewis of Anderson, Missouri. And fourth place goes to entry 383, Glamour Girl, shown by Cassidy Jones of Beaumont, Texas. Next, we have our Division III champion, reserve champion, and third overall selection. First in, we have the class winner from Class 73, entry 379, LLKT Genevieve. Next in, we have entry 384, class winner, TASF Wrigley. We also have our second place from Class 73, 377 MPCL Coco Chanel, and our second place winner from Class 74, 382 Legacy's Grace. Once again, this is your Division III Limousin champion, reserve, and third overall. Our Division III Limousin champion is sponsored by the Florida Limousin Association, and our Division III Reserve champion is sponsored by KLS Limousin.
Well, a really nice division again, and as I've asked you to do throughout today is to show your support to these young people with a nice hand, if you don't mind. They've worked hard in presenting these cattle, and show them a nice round of applause on this really competitive division. really some give and take, I guess, out here, and some differences in these first two, and two really outstanding females with some good quality about them. And the heifer that wins the first class, again, as we talked to her in that competitive class in terms of how she's made up through her front end, in terms of the body and the depth that she has. She's a female, again, that I just really appreciate how she's made, from her hooks to her pins and back through that tail head. Again, she's traveling on a really, really nice set of feet and legs, and one that I think is proportionally good enough in terms of how she's built. Really, really a nice kind of a female. The bigger, larger frame female comes in next, that won that last class, and here's one in terms of just sheer body and sheer mass. Man, you have to appreciate her for that. We did comment in class, and I would agree with that still yet now, that she's probably carrying all the condition that she needs on her. But here's one just from a standpoint of body and spring to her rib, and just that maternal look that so many people are looking for today. Still yet has enough thickness, and still yet is square enough and correct through her hip. She's not as elegant, not as pretty and attractive up through her front end probably as the heifer that stands directly in front of her, but an awfully, awfully good female in her own right. I'm going to take one more quick look, and we'll pick you a champion in reserve and then find you a third place heifer. Again, congratulations to all.
In your Division III Limousin champion comes out of Class 73, entry 379, LLKT Genevieve, shown by Nicole Keaton of Wolforth, Texas.
Again, as we pull this second place out of that class, and again, a very highly competitive female, and one that certainly is worthy to be out here in this particular lineup vying for your reserve. Again, as we talked today and all throughout the day, body and depth and spring to her rib, she really excels from there. The heifer that won that class beat this heifer because of the way she was made up through her front end and that design that she has through her head, neck, and shoulder. I would still say that's true out here today. If we were to change that one, that's probably where we'd like to change her. We're going to use the bigger, stouter heifer from behind in second to be your reserve grand in this division. Congratulations to you. We'll follow with third best with the heifer up front. Congratulations.
Your Division III Limousin Reserve champion comes out of Class 74, entry 384, TASF Wrigley, shown by Madison Craig of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Third overall goes to entry 377, MPCL Coco Chanel, shown by Madison Craig of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Next in, we have Class 75. Class 75 consists of April 4th through April 26th females. First in, we have entry 385, LLKT, Miss Gemini. Next in, we have entry 386, PEHL, Ginger. Next in, we have 387, DLEH, Gabby. Entry 388, RGMA, Maya. Entry 389, MRL, Go Daddy. We have entry 390, WFL, Glow. Entry 391, MABG, Gabby. And entry 392, TASF, Gwen.
All right, now we're showing Class 75. This is entry 385, which is out first. Cole Keaton of Wolford, Texas, showing his female that sired by the national champion Air Force One. We have 386, this red heifer. That's the Macy Ratliff, Westphalia, Kansas, showing this female raised by Kyle and Peyton Haley. Red and polled female named Ginger. 387 is Delilah Labor of Hillsboro, Ohio, showing a Austin Egger Zodiac daughter. 388 is RGMA Maya, J. Lynn Anderson, Garner, Iowa, family that does a really good job, showing this heifer sired by a Linhart bull, 6146D. 389 Olivia Jaqueen, Marthasville, Missouri, showing a LFLC Big Country daughter. 390 Hadley Howe of Lyons, Texas, showing a Wilder family Limousin heifer sired by Alter Ego. 391 Boone Bagert to the Bagert family, Allison, Texas, showing MABG Gabby 902G heifer sired by Otto High Tide. And 392 Ronnie Miller, Mount Jackson, Virginia, showing a Thomas & Sons Crown Royal daughter out of a Thomas & Sons cow. So there's a total of 8 females here in this Class 75.
Again, a really nice class of April females, and I think for me an obvious place to start. The red heifer, I think, excels just in terms of her completeness and balance. She's just the right kind, I guess, for me within this particular class. a female that you appreciate her attractiveness that she has up through her front end. You appreciate the body and the volume and the depth that she has. She too is square and true and correct out her hip, and one that gets around and travels quite well. Maybe to make her ideal and maybe just to improve on her just a little bit, we might give her just a notch more flank in that area. But again, I think a very, very nice kind of a female that's very complete and very well balanced. Heifer that comes in neck is somewhat similar to her in terms of her body, in terms of her depth. She probably has that extra body back through that lower 1/3, and the heifer that stands in first does. But again, here's a very, very nice female with some curvature to her rib shape, good and square and true and correct out her hip. Maybe a little bolder about her shoulder than is the class winner, a little rougher about her underline. But again, I think two really, really nice females to start with. Good heifer coming in next, and again, in terms of just her body and her depth and her composition, a female that her shoulder lays into her nice, a female that, as we spoke earlier, has a nice curvature to her rib shape. She too is long down through her spine, very square and true and correct. We'd just like to change her just a little bit in terms of the way she's made right behind the point of that shoulder. We'd like to just expand her there just a little bit if we could. Get nitpicky on an awfully good female. Good heifer the young man's got coming now. Again, a female that shows you some rib shape about her, shows you some completeness, shows you some balance, maybe not the overall attractiveness up through her front end. As we talked earlier today, we'd like to rock her back in her shoulder just a little bit. She's a little restricted as she goes and gets out and travels through that front end. We'd like to change that about her. A little tighter made kind of heifer comes next. We'd like to give her more forerib, more flank, more body all the way through. But again, that's nitpicking on a really, really good female. Good job, young man, on showing that heifer. Extremely long. We'd just like to see more of her. Last three heifers in the class, again, give up a little bit in terms of substance and body. We'd like to change that about them if we could today. We'd just like to spread them apart a little bit here and there, particularly the two that find themselves on the end. Just need to make them deeper, deeper sided, deeper all the way through. Good class of females. Show them a nice round of applause, please.
And your results for Class 75. First place goes to entry 386, PEHL Ginger, Macy Ratliff from Westphalia, Kansas. Second place goes to entry 387, DELH Gabby, shown by Delilah Labor from Hillsboro, Ohio. Third place goes to entry 390, WFL Glow by Hadley Howe in Lyons, Texas. Fourth place, entry 391, MABG Gabby, shown by Boone Beggart of Allison, Texas. Fifth place goes to entry 385, LLKT Miss Gemini, shown by Cole Keaton of Wolfforth, Texas. Sixth place goes to 388, RGMA Maya, shown by Jaylyn Anderson of Garner, Iowa. Seventh place goes to entry 392, TASF Gwynn, shown by Ronnie Miller of Mount Jackson, Virginia. And eighth place goes to entry 389, MRL GoDaddy, shown by Olivia Jacquin from Marthasville, Missouri. If you're following along in the program, the order was 5, 1, 2, 6, 8, 3, 4, 7. Next in the ring is Class 76. These are March females born March 11th through March 25th. First in, we have entry 393, CB Ginger. 394, ROMN, Go Dancer. Entry 395, NBCG Gala. We have entry 398, Legacy's Goddess. Entry 399, RGMA Gina. Entry 400, MABG Gertrude. And entry 401, LFL Gingerbread. Once again, these are March 11th through 25th females from Class 76.
All right, now we're showing Class 76 in the Division 4. We have 393. This is Sam Callahan, Centerview, Missouri, showing CB Ginger. That is a Riverstone Crown Royal out of SBLX Extra Special. 394, Cole Sullivan, that always does a good job here from Texas, showing a Roman-bred female, sired by Thomas & Son Crown Royal. 395 is Madeline Worley of Hawthorne, Florida, showing a Winslow daughter. 398 is Legacy's Goddess, shown by Darian Rupert, Witt, Illinois. Bred on the top side is Shelby Skinner, 606D, and a Legacy cow on the bottom side. 399 is Mara Anderson, Garner, Iowa, showing an Anderson bred female by Crown Royal. 400 Boone Baggert, Hiram and Dorinda's grandson, showing from Allison, Texas, Otto High Tide. And 401 Kinley Palmardery, Durant, Oklahoma, showing a Lawrence family female sired by Dividend. This will be the last class before we go into Division 4. Class 76 is what you're watching now.
Once again, we would like to thank our Nalja board for working the ring right now. In the ring, we have Faith Spriggs from Oklahoma, Wiley Fanta from Minnesota, Clayton Shoey from Missouri, and Riley Smith from Illinois. We appreciate all of our board of directors and the hard work they've been given the months before and this week of Junior Nationals.
Another nice class of purebred females on the Limousin side, and again, really a good female to start the class with. To me, she surfaces there pretty easy. I like this one in terms of, as we talked all day long, her body, her composition, her completeness, her balance. She tidies herself quite neatly and nicely up through her front 1/3. She's very sound as she hits the ground and gets out and goes, and we like that about her. Really nice one to start there and land it right there on that particular heifer. Gets a little closer as we get on down the line, and the heifer that stands in second, I think, is somewhat like her in terms of the completeness and balance that she has. Again, she's a female that's ample in terms of the amount of body and rib shape that she has. Again, a female that's good and true and square and correct about her hip. She's a female that's long about her neck. If we were to change her again, comparisons with the class winner, give her just a little bit more lower flank, and then I think she becomes even more popular today. Good heifer coming in third, larger frame kind of a female, but a female that's got a lot of good pieces and parts about her. Again, in terms of depth of body and spring to her rib, you certainly appreciate her for that. Squareness of hip, design up through her front end. Maybe a female that just doesn't have the overall pizzazz as two of the heifers that lead off in front. Good female coming in next, again, in terms of her body and her depth, her capacity, the maternal look that she shows you. She's not tidy enough back through her tail head for me today, comparisons with these class winners, and I'd like to give her just a notch more lower 1/3 if we could, but a good female. As we get on down towards the end of this class, again, good females maybe that lack the structural integrity as some of the front runners do, but again, three really nice females, a good group of exhibitors, really nice class, particularly on the top end.
And results for Class 76. First place goes to entry 401 LFL Gingerbread, shown by McKinley Palmetary from Durant, Oklahoma. Second place goes to entry 399 RGMA Gina, shown by Mara Anderson from Garner, Iowa. Third place goes to entry 398 Legacy's Goddess, shown by Darian Rupert of Witt, Illinois. Fourth place goes to entry 393 CB Ginger, Sam Callahan of Centerview, Missouri. Fifth place goes to entry 400 MABG Gertrude, shown by Boone Beggart of Allison, Texas. Sixth place goes to entry 394 ROMN Go-Go Dancer, shown by Cole Sullivan of Groveton, Texas. And entry 395 NBCG Gala, shown by Madeline Worley of Hawthorne, Florida. If you're following along in the program, the order was 4, 6, 7, 3. Turn your page to 5, 1. Next in, we have our Division 4 Limousine Champion, Reserve Champion, and third overall. Our Division 4 Limousine Champion is sponsored by Crean Cattle Company, and Division 4 Reserve Champion is sponsored by Craig's Oklahoma Pride. First in from Class 75, first place, entry 386, PEHL Ginger. From Class 76, first place was 401 LFL Gingerbread. Second place entries, 387 DLEH Gabby, and entry 399 RGMA Gina. Once again, this is your Division 4 Champion, Reserve, and third overall selection.
Getting a little late in the day, and obviously we're all kind of tired and wore out. The kids are wore out, but show these exhibitors a nice round of applause if you don't mind. They do deserve it. They've worked extremely hard out here, and I'm very proud of them. This is a good set of cattle, and you know, as we work through the cattle, we try to find the good things and the good qualities about them, and I guess everything that we've looked at today, there's good qualities in all. Some are made just a little bit different, and you put your criteria where you want to put it, and that's kind of the way we do this business, and we've all got different needs and different wants, and I can just tell you from my vantage point, these are good ones, and as I told you before, that's what we look for at home, is just to go out and find the good ones, and these four individuals are good. Some differences in their kind and design. I like a lot of things about this red heifer. This red heifer kind of catches your eye on the stand. She's very sound and gets out and goes and moves extremely well. She's elegantly made up through her front 1/3. She's a female that's got enough center portion of her body, I guess, for me, and still yet she tidies herself quite nicely back through that tail head and back through that rump. maybe if I were just to be critical on her, and I hate doing that, but I would just give her maybe a notch more lower 1/3, a little bit more flank to her. I'd deepen that flank down in her just a little bit, but that one's exquisite to look at. Really, really a nice female. As I could say the same thing about the black heifer coming in next, and it's kind of two opposites, if you will. She has that extra added advantage in terms of lower 1/3, in terms of her flank and the way she's made through that center portion of her body. She's a female that's good and square and correct out through her hip. I like that about her. She, too, is very sound and very correct about her movement. Where she's not as good as the heifer that stands in front of her is up through her front 1/3. And if we can lengthen her neck out just a little bit, tidy her up just a little bit down through that chest floor, then I think she becomes ideal. But this is really a good female. The second's really good cattle. My congratulations to all. I guess for me today, the heifer that fits my eye the most is this black heifer in front of me. If you'll lead her out, you'll be champion this division. Congratulations.
And your Division 4 Limousin champion is entry 401 LFL Gingerbread, shown by McKinley Palmetieri of Durant, Oklahoma.
Again, as we spoke earlier about the trio that's left out here, good cattle and cattle with a lot of quality. Again, the red heifer probably, from my vantage point, hits me the hardest to follow her with. So if you'll lead your heifer out here, young lady, you'll be reserved. Congratulations.
And your Division 4 Limousin Reserve champion goes to Macy Ratliff of Westphalia, Kansas, with entry 386 PEHL Ginger.
I think it gets a little closer, I guess, for third place honors in this particular division. Two very good females. Again, my congratulations to all. I guess the heifer that fits the most, in my opinion, from a completeness, a balance standpoint, a depth of rib, and total amount of body, is this young lady's heifer on the end. And young lady in the green bowl, you'll be third best. Congratulations.
And Division 4 third overall goes to entry 387 Delilah Labor of Hillsboro, Ohio, with DLEH Gabby. Don't forget, while you're watching the show, to stop by the Lemmy Booster silent auction baskets and raffle tables and purchase your tickets. Next up, we have Class 77. Class 77 includes February heifers born February 2nd through February 27th. First in, we have entry 402, RMKR Guinevere. Next, we have entry 403, TASF Guardian Angel. Entry 405, BTWH Grace. And 406, Get Ya Some. Once again, this is Class 77, females born February 2nd through 27th.
All right, we got Division 4 over with. We're now on Class 77. There's 4 females in this Division 5. Entry number 402, Kylie Anderson in Garner, Iowa, showing this red heifer, sired by DLVL Xerox. 403 is Thomas & Son Guardian Angel, shown by Morgan Wise of Topeka, Kansas. Of course, the daughter of Legacy Photography that's helping us with the pictures here today from Kansas, showing a Crown Royal out of Thomas & Son Angel. 405 is BTWH Grace 101G, shown by Bradley White, Dayton, Texas, sired by the national champion Air Force One. And 406 Get You Some, shown by Cody Mardika, Liberty, Texas, showing an alter ego daughter. So Donnie Robertson, down to last few classes. Here's Class 77, 4 heifers that he'll place, and then we've got one more class before division.
A really nice class again, and I sound redundant, but 4 really nice females that certainly deserve to be at the Junior National, and for me, an obvious place to start, and one that pretty much catches your eye when she walks in. Here's a good one. Here's one that certainly has quality, volume, spring of rib, just really nice in terms of how she's made out through her hip, very sound in terms of the way she goes. We'll see her back out here in a little bit for a division, but really, really a nice kind of a female. A little tougher, I think, from second and third, and if you want to swap these around a little bit, that's fine, but I guess I think the heifer that comes in second follows her more closely in type and kind, particularly the way she's made back through her tailhead and through that rump. Female that's got some body and some depth and capacity. We'd probably like to clean her up just a little bit down through her chest floor a little if we could, but again, I think one that's certainly worthy to stand in second behind an awfully good kind of a female. Third place heifer is one that you like in terms of her body depth and her volume and her spring that she has to her rib. She too could use a little help and a little bit better attractiveness up through her front end, particularly down through her chest floor, but here's a powerfully packed female. If I were to be real critical on her, and where the heifer that stands in second probably gets around her, is how she's made back through her tailhead, back through her rump, from her hooks to her pins. But young man's got a nice female. Good heifer and the red heifer as she comes. Again, in terms of body, depth, capacity, we like this female. She's just not structurally sound in terms of how she handles herself off of both ends of her skeleton, particularly up through her shoulder. We'd like to just slope her back just a little bit, rock her back in that shoulder. She gets a little steep about it, which restricts her as she goes, but a good class. Good class of females. Show your appreciation with a nice round of applause. Thank you.
And the results for Class 77. First place goes to entry 403 TASF Guardian Angel, shown by Morgan Wise of Topeka, Kansas. Second place goes to entry 405 BTWH Grace, shown by Bradley White of Dayton, Texas. Third place goes to entry 406 Getcha Some, shown by Cody Mordica from Liberty, Texas. And fourth place goes to entry 402 RMKR Guinevere, Kylie Anderson of Garner, Iowa. If you're following along in the program, the order was 4, 1, 2, 3. Next in is Class 78. Class 78 has January females, January 8th through January 15th. Entry 409 TASF Whiskey, and entry 410 MWWF Gemma. Once again, this is Class 78 in the ring.
Class of Januaries, and a female that wins the class does so just in terms of the two that are out here, the highest quality in my opinion. Again, a female that, as we've talked throughout the day, just from a completeness and balance standpoint, she handles that quite handily. Again, very long down through her spine. She's got some curvature and some turn to her rib shape. Maybe to make her any better, we'd probably like to see her with some more lower flank and just spread her apart a little bit. But a good female young man. I know he's happy to get that blue ribbon. Good heifer in second again that follows her closely, I guess, in type and kind. A female that very long in terms of her spine length, very true about her head, neck, and shoulder. A female that gets a little tubular in her design, I guess, when we compare with the class winner. We'd like to spread her apart. We'd like to deepen her down, just see more heifer there. But a good female young lady. Congratulations to you.
And results for Class 78. First place goes to entry 409, TASF Whiskey, shown by Liam Stewart of Mechanicsburg, Illinois. Second place goes to entry 410, MWWF Gemma, shown by Madeline Worley of Hawthorne, Florida. Now we will have our Division 5 champion, reserve champion, and third place overall. Division 5 champion is sponsored by Parkinson Cattle Company, and Division 5 reserve champion is sponsored by Flying Cow Genetics. First place in Class 77 was entry 403, TASF Guardian Angel. First place in Class 78 was entry 409, TASF Whiskey. Second place in Class 77 is entry 405, BTWH Grace, and then entry 410, MWWF Gemma. Once again, this is your Division 5 champion, reserve champion, and third place overall.
Again, as I've asked you to do it all day, if you would, as we get towards the end of the day, put your hands together, these exhibitors, for a nice set of cattle and a bunch of hard-working kids. And again, as I've said it all day, I appreciate that more than you know, and that's why we're here. We're here for them, and I'm very impressed with how they've handled themselves throughout this day. Really a good heifer that wins this first class, and again, as we talked to her in class, it was kind of a no-nonsense kind of a deal. She just fell there to the top relatively easy, and as you look at her out here in this division, she doesn't decrease her quality in any way. Tremendously bold about her rib shape, good and square and true and correct out her hip, nice enough up through her front end, and very sound and attractive as she gets out and travels. However, the one in the last class, we talked that kind of a weaker class, if you will, but this is one that you have to like. Young man's doing an excellent job, and he's proud of that project, and I would be too. Like her body, like her depth, like the spring that she has to her rib. Maybe not the overall pizzazz and show ring appeal as the heifer directly in front of you, young man, has, but that's a good heifer you got. As we get on down the line and we're looking for some third place heifers and maybe a reserve place heifer, really good heifers in their own right. It's really hard to get around this one down on this end for me. You'll be your champion in this division, young lady. Pull on out here and collect your banner. Congratulations.
And your Division 5 champion is entry 403, Morgan Wise from Topeka, Kansas, with TASF Guardian Angel.
So it was really close, I thought, in that class for second and third place in that particular class, but we won't make this any more dramatic than it is. Young man, if you'll lead forward, you'll be reserving this division. Congratulations. And for third best, we'll use the young man here in front of me. Congratulations, young man. Nice job.
And your reserve Division 5 champion goes to entry 405, Bradley White of Dayton, Texas, with BTWH Grace. Third overall is Liam Stewart of Mechanicsburg, Illinois, with TASF Whiskey. Next in the ring is Class 79. We have November 4th females to December 21st. Entry 412, First Rose. Entry 413, PEDS Flicker. And entry 414, LFL Fiesta. Once again, this is Class 79 in the ring.
All right, we have 3 entries in this Class 79, Division 6 of the Limousin Show. First is 412 is the Alliston McCarley of Girard, Kansas, showing a Schillings Yanis daughter. 413 is Peds Flicker Landry Clayman of Nazareth, Texas, showing a Linhart sired female. And Colt Parkinson is third in line with the LFL Fiesta 8126F, female sired by LFL Deluxe Edition 6029D. 3 heifers in this class 79, and we have one more class, and then it'll be for the Grand and Reserve.
Really nice female here as we get started in this senior yearling division, and a good heifer that certainly has a lot of quality, and we've talked that all day long in terms of just being good cattle, and here's one that represents that quite nicely. Tremendous turn about her rib shape, tremendous depth of body, and she handles it quite nicely from her forerib back to her flank. She's very square, true, and correct about her hip. She's nice enough up through her front 1/3 for me, I guess, and she handles herself quite nicely on both ends of her skeleton. So in my opinion, and obviously class winner there. A little closer, I guess, in second and third, and some differences in both of these kind of cattle. I think the heifer that stands in second, the red heifer, is just a little bit more complete, a little bit more balanced, a little bit more fault-free in her kind and design. She's a little neater about her chest, a little neater about her front end. She's good out through her hip and adequate in terms of the amount of body she has. Maybe to change her, we'd give her just a little bit more turn to her rib shape, but again, a female that gets around the ring relatively easy. Big old, stout, powerful individual here, and young man, you've got a nice heifer standing in third. I wouldn't be ashamed of her at all. She's going to make a tremendous cow. Again, a female that has that extra curvature to her rib, extra body dimension. Again, we'd like to change her just a little bit of how she's made out through her tail. We'd like to clean her up through her front 1/3, particularly down through that chest floor. But again, I think 3 really, really nice females that we'll see the top 2 back out here early or later. My congratulations to these exhibitors.
And your results for Class 79. First place goes to entry 414, LFL Fiesta, shown by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Second place, entry 412, First Rose, shown by Alliston McCarley of Girard, Kansas. And third place, entry 413, PEDS Flicker, shown by Landry Kleeman of Nazareth, Texas. In the program, the order was 2, 3, 1. Next in, our last class of the day, Class 80. First in, these are October 5th and October 15th females. First in, entry 415, SCAS Fendi. Next in, entry 416, LLKT Miss Francesca. Once again, Class 80 in the ring.
All right, we're showing Class 80, Division 6 Limousine Show. 2 entries, 415. First is Ashley Schrag of Mound Ridge, Kansas, showing a Schillings Yanis daughter. And 416 is LLKT Miss Francesca, Nicole Keaton, Wolford, Texas, showing a Thomas & Son Crown Royal. So 2 heifers here. Donnie Robinson will place these, and then they'll come back for Champion Division 6, and then after that will be the Grand in Reserve.
Well, this is a class that many of you have been looking for, I guess, the final class of the day, and two really good females shown by two excellent showmen, and my compliments to them and their families for doing a really good job in training these, because they've done a tremendous good job. I like the heifer that wins the class. I think she's a no-nonsense kind of a female. Here's one that when you get behind her and you really analyze the amount of spring, a rib that she has, you're really impressed with that. Again, here's a female that's long and true and correct down through her spine. She's good in terms of the way she handles herself on both ends of her skeleton, and one I think that wins the class relatively handily. Good heifer in second, young lady, and one that, again, you're going to have to appreciate, and one that's going to make you an outstanding female in the long runs in terms of what she produces. We'd like to see her today with a little bit more body, a little bit more mass, a little bit more substance down low, maybe clean her up just a little bit through that brisket and down through that center portion of her front end, but a good female. Really a good class. So let's show these exhibitors a nice round of applause as we prepare to pick this next division.
And your results for Class 80. First place goes to entry 416, Nicole Keaton of Wolford, Texas, with LLKT Miss Francesca. Second place goes to entry 415, Ashley Schreg of Mound Ridge, Kansas, with SCAS Fendi. In the program, the order was 2 and then 1. Now we will have your Division 6 Limousin Champion, Reserve Champion, and 3rd overall selection. Division 6 is sponsored by Indiana Limousin Association. Reserve Champion is sponsored by Flying Cow Genetics. First place from Class 79 was Colt Parkinson from Levelland, Texas, with LFL Fiesta. From Class 80, entry 416, Nicole Keaton from Wolford, Texas, with LLKT Miss Francesca. Our second place in each class, Class 79, entry 412, First Rose, and entry 415, SCAS Fendi. Once again, this is your Division 6 Limousin Champion, Reserve, and 3rd overall selection.
Well, again, and I know you're tired of clapping, but show these young people a nice round of applause, please, before we make this final selection of this division, before we kind of end out today. But 4 really nice heifers out here, particularly the 2 on this end that won their class, and a lot of quality here, a lot of potential as you move forward and look down the road and turn these into what God invented them to do, and that's to be cows out in the pasture. But I like the heifer that wins the first class quite a little bit. Here's one that, again, is very complete. She's very well balanced, and from her head back to her tail, she's pretty doggone good. You like her body, you like her depth, you like the spring that she has and the curvature she has to her rib. She's a female that's made nicely out through her tail and back through that rump. She's a female, again, that's adequate in terms of the cleanliness she has through that front end, and a very sound female. Where she has a little advantage is probably there over the heifer that's in second. Obviously, the heifer in second's got a little bit more spring or rib, or standing in second that won her class has a little bit more spring to her rib. She's a female, too, that's very elegant made out through that tail head and back through that rump. We like that squareness that she shows you. She, too, is cleanly enough up through the front. She's a little higher about the point of her shoulder up top than the heifer that's right in front of her, but again, a very sound, structurally correct female with a world of good, with a tremendous amount of future. The red heifer, the black heifer standing next, we talked them in class, and those are just good quality individuals, young people, and I hope you're proud of them, and I know that I'm very proud to look through them and to work through them today. 2 really, really good heifers. For me, I think the one that fits my eye is the most complete, the most balanced, the most fault-free in her kind. That's going to be the young man's heifer up here on the front end. If you'll lead right out here, bud, you'll be champion in this division.
And your Division 6 Limousin Champion is Colt Parkinson from Levelland, Texas, with LFL Fiesta.
As we move the red heifer in, that was second in that particular class. Again, a very good female, a female that's got a lot of quality, very straight in terms of her lines, very correct in terms of her skeleton. Again, really, really a nice female. And you haven't won it just yet, lady. You might just pull right out there in front. but good job. But she's awfully good, and one that certainly deserving vying for this reserve division champion. For me, the bigger body, the stouter one in terms of spring to her rib. This heifer in front of me is going to be reserve, followed with the third best be the young lady's red heifer. Congratulations to all.
And your Division 6 reserve champion female goes to Nicole Keaton of Wolford, Texas, with LLKT Miss Francesca. Your third overall goes to entry 412, First Rose, shown by Alliston McCarley of Girard, Kansas. Next, we will be having our Grand Champion Limousin Female Drive. We will be picking Grand Champion, Reserve Champion, and third, fourth, and fifth overall. Don't forget, as soon as we select our Grand Champions top 5, we will have our best pair of females owned and exhibited by one junior member, and best state group, 3 females each exhibited by a different junior. Those 2 classes will be right after our selection of top 5 Limousin females. Now entering the ring is each division winner. First in from Division 1, Aubrey Sturgeon from Rocky, Oklahoma with TASF Gray. From Division 2, we have Cole Lewis of Anderson, Missouri with Otto Gwynn. From Division 3, we have Nicole Keaton with LLKT Genevieve. From Division 4, we have McKinley Palmetary from Durant, Oklahoma with LFL Gingerbread. From Division 5, we have Morgan Wise from Topeka, Kansas with TASF Guardian. From Division 6, we have Colt Parkinson from Levelland, Texas with LFL Fiesta. Our reserve divisions in each division. For Division 1, reserve was entry 357 TASF GCC Jenny, shown by Colton Barton of Gerald, Texas. For Division 2, it was entry 374 PSRF Glitz, shown by Samantha Pico of Moorhead, Kentucky. From Division 3, entry 384 TASF Wrigley, shown by Madison Craig of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. For Division 4, it was entry 386 PEHL Ginger, shown by Macy Ratliff of Westphalia, Kansas. For Division 5, entry 405 BTWH Grace, shown by Bradley White of Dayton, Oklahoma. And for Division 6, entry 416 LLKT Miss Francesca, shown by Nicole Keaton of Wolford, Texas. Once again, this is your Grand Champion Limousin Female Drive. Grand Champion Limousin Female is sponsored by Thomas & Son Farms, and Reserve Grand Champion Female is sponsored by Weiss Limousin Ranch.
Well, folks, as we did earlier in the Limflex show, put your hands together for this group of exhibitors and show them how much you've appreciated what they've done today. They've really done a great job, and I'm very proud of all of them, and they brought forth, as I've always said, this is as much about your appraisal as it is mine, and you're the ones that are in this business, you're the ones that are buying and selling these Limousin cattle, and it's just as important for you to pick your favorites. And I'm not good. It doesn't bother me at all if you disagree with me. Trust me, I've had that all my life, and so it's part of the business and it's part of life, if you will. And I'm not out here to try to prove a point or to claim that I'm the best judge in the world, because I'm not. But I do like good cattle, and I do, as I've been taught by a lot of good people in this business. Just how to go out over the years, how to go out and just find the good ones, and that's what you do. And there's some differences always in type and kind, and differences in how you put your preferences and what you look for in your geographical area that you may or may not live in. So it's personal opinion. Today they've asked me for mine, and again, when you get to this point, it's not always easy, because all of these females and all of these exhibitors deserve to have a banner hanging up over their mantle, and you can only go out here and select 2, or in this case select 5, which, as I said earlier, I think that's a great thing that this breed has adopted. But again, we're not going to go back through and talk about the cattle in more in depth. They're good. They're just good quality females that have a world of future ahead of them, in my opinion. And as I've always said, this is more about the young people and about your families. Thank those people. Thank your moms, your dads, the people that's had the direct impact in your life in allowing you to do this, because, again, it's expensive and it's not always easy and forthright. But really, again, a good set of cattle. For me, certainly want to thank the North American Limousin Foundation, the Junior Limousin Association, for asking me to do this. As I said earlier, this is a breed, and the people that make it up mean a great deal to me, and they have for many, many years, and they always will. So with that said, my congratulations to all. Good luck. Enjoy the rest of your time here in West Monroe. Be thankful with everything that we've got going on in this world today, that we can gather as a group of people that like each other, that are involved in the same kind of business that we all love. So put your hands together, show them one more nice round of applause. I'll show you the 2 or 5 that I like the best.
And your grand champion Limousin female goes to Morgan Wise of Topeka, Kansas, with TASF Guardian Angel. And your reserve grand champion Limousin female goes to Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas, with LFL Fiesta. Third overall Limousin female goes to entry 401 McKinley Palmetary from Durant, Oklahoma, with LFL Gingerbread. Fourth overall limousine female goes to Macy Ratliff from Westphalia, Kansas, with PEHL Ginger. And fifth overall limousine female goes to Nicole Keaton of Wolford, Texas, with LLKT Miss Francesca. That does conclude our limousine female show, but our next class will be the best pair of females. So once again, the best pair of females are the best pair owned and exhibited by one junior member. Both of your females must have shown in the regular show. Bring on in your best pair of females, and after that, we will do the best state group. Those would be the three females exhibited by a different junior. But first off, bring in your best pair. Once again, y'all can start lining up for the best pair. Board of Directors, if y'all that are working the ring, Riley, Wiley, Brady, if y'all want to start getting the best pairs, going ahead and putting them in the ring, please. We're ready for the best pair. Once again, best pair of females owned and exhibited by one junior member. We do have a few more coming in. And remember, as soon as we are done with the best pair, we're selecting the best state group. So please have those cattle ready to go. Next in, we will have our best state group. Remember, we're looking for best state group. Each state selects 3 females that have been each exhibited by a different junior. On your best pair class, first place went to Macy Ratliff from Westphalia, Kansas, and second place went to Nicole Keaton of Wolforth, Texas. Next up, we have our best state group of females. Looks like we have 4 competing for the best state group. We have a group from Missouri, a group from Oklahoma, a group from Texas, and coming in the ring, a group from Kansas. Once again, this is the best state group. Each state has selected 3 females that have been exhibited by a different junior. All right, looks like our best state group this year goes to Texas. Second place goes to Oklahoma. What's that on Missouri? Is that a 4? Third goes to Kansas, and fourth place, Missouri. Thank you once again, Donnie Robertson, for your excellent job judging today. And now we will take photos. Stay